Hey, Cody. Must have a lot of teachers in here tonight. Everybody knew when to be quiet. That was pretty good. All right. We all set? Give me a thumbs up when you're ready, Cody. Thank you. All right. We will call this meeting of the town council to order at 5:03. Take attendance.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Here.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Here.
Councilmember Hul.
Here.
Councilmember Dowling is going to be a few minutes late. Councilmember Mars.
Here.
Vice President Brown.
Here.
President Verducci.
Here. Well, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In the event of an emergency, you can go back out the doors you came in, or you can go out these two doors to the side and the door in the back marked exit to exit the building. First item on the agenda tonight is a vote to go into executive session. We're going to try to, be cognizant of everyone being here. We've got a good amount of time to spend back there, just to be transparent with you. So we will do everything we can to get right back. I will say we are going into executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2 for litigation matters. That's for prospective litigation be initiated against the town. We also have item B, executive or closed session pursuant to the same general law for mitigation matters, Social Holdings versus Town of Coventry versus Social Holdings, Terrence Gray, his capacity as director, Rhode Island DEM, Town of Coventry, and Social Holdings versus Town of Coventry. And finally, an executive or closed session pursuant to the same law on discussion of job performance, character, physical, or mental health of a person, specifically to discuss the selection of a candidate for a town solicitor position. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hul.
Yes.
Councilmember Mars.
Yes.
Vice President Brown.
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes.
6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Thank you. Good to go when you are. Good. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. We will entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Make that motion. Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Do we need a roll call on that?
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hul?
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mars?
Yes.
Vice President Brown?
Yes.
President Verducci?
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Right. And a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
I'll make a motion. Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Oh, we doing a roll on that one too? Okay.
Councilmember Pasqua?
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hul?
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mars?
Yes.
Vice President Brown?
Yes.
President Verducci?
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 votes were taken in executive session. And we have selected a new solicitor, Mr. David Igliozzi. So congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. We'll keep you busy. All right. Anybody want to go do minutes first and then? Yeah, we've got some minutes as the next agenda item. We have open session minutes as well as executive session minutes.
Make a motion to accept meeting minutes of the block. We have to take executive separate, don't we? We do. Make a motion to accept the open meeting minutes from October 2nd, 14 and 28 as a block. I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Next, we have the executive session minutes.
Make a motion to accept October 28th, November 4th, November 21, December 2nd, December 16th, and January 7 executive session meeting minutes as a block.
I second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. You want to go out of order?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion, take the agenda out of order and
Excuse me
Bring
one
up-
second. You guys have to vote to approve the minutes. You voted for the block.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Approve.
I make a motion to approve the open meeting minutes.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Make a motion to accept the executive session meeting minutes listed as a block.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, manager.
And Mr. President, I'd like to take the agenda out of order. We have the teacher's contract and SRP contract on the agenda. I'd like to bring those up first. So I'd like to make a motion to take the agenda out of order.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, ayes have it. We will go out of order and we will move to, let's see, 7A. Do you want to come up, Mr. Cowart, or Dan?
Yeah, so Superintendent Cowart's here to present, Finance Director DeVerne is here also. So I sent you the guys the packet last week. The superintendent provided an update to the PowerPoint, which I sent you this afternoon. That's up on the screen, and it goes through basically all of the information that we've requested from the school regarding where the teachers currently rank in salary, the fiscal note, the deficit reduction plan, the 5-year plan, and any other recommendations going forward. So that's what the superintendent is here to present and answer any questions.
Oh, sorry, please begin.
Just wanted to make sure
Yeah, no,
everybody
thank
was
you.
ready. So before I get started on my presentation, I just wanted to kind of give a short timeline of sharing of information, just to make sure we're all starting on the same place. Back in July, the school committee ratified the contracts brought before them. In the weeks after that meeting, end of July, beginning of August, we provided to the town manager and finance director all of the documents associated with the contract. We gave a fiscal impact statement, 5-year projection, all of the assumptions that went with it, and any other documents they requested. So that was July and August. It wasn't taken up for a vote at that time. And through the fall, we updated our documents, mostly the 5-year projection. Every single time something changed, we updated our documents. Once we knew that this item was going to be on the agenda in January, I talked to the manager, and he said, you know, it'd be great if we could provide all updated information to the school, to the town council, since it's been, you know, a number of months since the original packet was shared. So I provided to him, which was attached to your agenda, a Word document with a bunch of hyperlinks in it. Hopefully you got that. I sent it to him last week. That document has all the hyperlinks to all the different financial pieces that are related to this document. That was the financial information that I wanted to make sure was in your hands with, to give you plenty of time to review and to digest. We also provided to the finance director on the town side all the backup documentation that he requested, additional spreadsheets and tables that back up all of the financials that we provided you, so that if he had additional questions and wanted to drill down deeper, he had everything he needed. Every single time the town manager or the director have asked us for additional information, we provided it. The presentation that I shared with you, I shared with the manager and he shared with you, is not a change to the fiscal at all. All it is an updated presentation. There was some chatter that I heard that people were frustrated because they got the presentation today and they felt like I was adding new information at the end of the day, and this wasn't going to give you enough time to be able to process to make a decision. This is just a presentation. This is not new financial information. All the financial information was provided to you through the manager last week. And the reason why I updated the presentation is because the original presentation in the packet you received was a presentation that I did for the school committee in July. And now that we're in January, it didn't make sense for me to rehash a presentation that was now a number of months old. It didn't make sense to me. So I just retooled it, updated it, made it current, but didn't change anything substantially. So I just wanted to get that on record because I think there's been some comments saying that, you know, you were waiting for documents, waiting for financials. Anytime something was requested, it was provided, and anything that was needed was given in a timely fashion. You can go to the next slide. So the purpose for this presentation, I want to provide an overview. I want to give you sort of like a timeline of the negotiations that we went through to get to where we are today with this contract. I want to talk about how we've demonstrated fiscal responsibility and focused on long-term stability. I want to explain the context of the negotiations in relationship to the healthcare resolution, and I want to provide the fiscal impact and additional deficit reduction implications that go with this. And then finally, I'm requesting the town to take a vote, to take action on these contracts. Next slide. So one of the things that has come up a few times at meetings is about this is the school's deficit, and you know, why doesn't the school pay us back? And the school is in a hole, and they're the debtor, and they should be, you know, handling their problems. And why, as a town, are we responsible for that? So I guess I want to address that first. In every single meeting we've had with the Auditor General and municipal finance, state level people, this is a town problem. It's a town deficit. The deficit definitely happened on the school side. There's no dancing around that. It happened on the school side. But the resolution to the deficit does not sit with just the schools. We have no revenue of our own. We're not a revenue generating entity. Everything that we have is either from federal aid, state aid, local aid, or through Medicaid reimbursement. That's it. That's the only revenue we have. So for us to address the deficit in a long-term way, we need to work with the town for that to happen. And in every single meeting, the Auditor General has made it clear. We also had a meeting, I want to say last year or the year before, an in-person meeting with the Auditor General. Some people here were at that meeting, and he spent a lot of time talking about a joint partnership, working together to find a resolution to a problem that has existed for some time. So one of the things I have on my slide was it wasn't created, the challenges that we face were not created in one budget cycle or one by one contract. And they're not going to be solved with one budget cycle and one contract. They're going to take time to dig through. There are results of many decisions over many years from multiple administrations, superintendents and managers and finance directors, school committees, people who have been in seats current and in the past, and town councils who are in the seats now and in the past. There's a lot of people involved in this because our accumulated deficit started in 2022. So, you're looking back 4 years from where we are now. What I'm hoping to talk about is how we can work together to correct this course in a responsible way, and that this agreement that we've put together with the union that I feel very strongly helps us make the steps we need to make in the direction we need to head into as a community is an opportunity for us to be united as a community as we step forward into the next piece. Next slide, please. So why does this unity matter now? And I'm really going to harp on this for a few slides. I'm not going to lie. I think it's important that the town always be united in how it handles things and how it approaches things. I've been in the district for 13 years. I've been a principal, I've been a director of curriculum, I've been assistant superintendent, I've been superintendent. I've had a lot of roles, I've hit a lot of rungs of ladders. The best of times are when people work together and have each other's back and focus on solutions that are cooperatively developed and unifiedly approached in a unified way. So this financial recovery depends on predictable labor costs. That's something this contract helps us with. It helps us coordinate with the town and make in actions to create a deficit reduction plan, which is required by the Auditor General, and it requires timely decision-making. The agreement that we have balances the respect for employees with the responsibility that taxpayers have put upon us in terms of how we handle finances. Unified action, working together, allows us to lock in on the savings that we've gotten out of this contract negotiations, and allows us to be a model for the state. And the reason why my last bullet says to be a model for the state is because I think it's important that that when we meet with the Auditor General and when we have conversations with the Auditor General, we are often talked about as doing things right. I don't think Dan would deny that, right? They look at us as a model for how things should be done. We get on the phone with them, we get on these calls, we have mutual respect for each other, and we work together for solutions. And I know that conversations happen outside our meetings because I've had superintendents come up to me from other districts who are also in a deficit reduction situation who say, the Auditor General recommended I reach out and talk to you. Can you tell me more about how you guys address this part of your budget so you could make the improvements that you needed to make? So being a model for the state really is about working together. So negotiations for this contract, how everything kind of came to be. So in working closely with the town, which I've said numerous times, one of the things the manager and the finance director and I, along with Chris, really thought about was how we can find ways to address this accumulated deficit. And one of the things we looked at was healthcare costs. That also came up with the Auditor General. He has an opportunity to look at a place where you have high expense and address it in a way so that you might find some savings in healthcare costs. So the town manager, the finance director, they really encouraged us to go out and do an RFP and to find ways to find savings. And we did. It was strongly encouraged, and we did it. When it was all said and done, we moved our healthcare management over to the trust. In doing so, we also moved our prescription management over to CVS Caremark. Those are different than what was in the contract. So the CTA, the teachers union, filed a grievance in May of 2025. And one of the things I did is I reached out to Kelly about opening up the contract. She has no obligation to open up the contract whatsoever. They were heading into their last year, which is the year we're in now, 25-26. In other times where I talked to her about potentially opening up the contract, she was very clear that that was not something she was interested in. This particular time, knowing that we were facing a grievance, that we had just gone through a healthcare RFP, that we had an opportunity to recognize savings, she agreed to open up the contract. I thought that was very generous on her part, so we began to talk about what the scope would be. What would we look at? And we really just landed that we would look at the healthcare language that needed to be updated to reflect the trust in CVS Caremark and any potential salary adjustments. And we also talked about extending that contract out. So we came up with a tentative agreement in June. We talked about getting this contract through in June. The teachers approved it before they went out for summer. The town council asked us to, or the town management asked us to kind of pause on our resolution or our ratification at the school committee level. So we paused and did our vote in July with the hope that the town council would then take it up in August. That didn't happen, but that's the timeline. And then, like I said, in July, the school committee ratified that contract. Next slide. So in terms of sustainability and predictability, when you negotiate a contract like this and you lock in 3 years worth of increases, you get to lock in the cost associated with those increases. You get to lock in what you would potentially have to pay somebody. That's something the Auditor General had talked about a lot, because when you do a 5-year projection and you don't have locked in costs or locked in expected costs, what ends up happening is everything is a prediction. Everything is based on what you think might happen, but it's not rooted in anything other than that. By negotiating the contract with the CTA, we came up with 1% in the first year, which costed us $909,000. And we came up with 2% in the second year, which cost us $1,250,000. And then the third year, we came up with 1.75. I will say in my time negotiating, and I've been in a few different positions, these numbers are as low as I've seen in terms of negotiated agreement and something that was that two parties came up with together. Not that somebody imposed upon somebody else, but we came up together with. In terms of the SRP, which is our related personnel, we kept it at a flat 2%, because when you start talking about 1% on an hourly wage for somebody who works maybe 10 months a year, it's really very, very small increases. So we thought if the SRP would be locked in at a 2% increase, so for the first year, it's $422,000, then it's $353,000, and then it's for 28, 29, $380,000. And you will note these dollar amounts that are here, that I put in this slide, that I'm mentioning here in this conversation, are the same dollar amounts in the fiscal impact statement that I gave you last week. It's the exact same numbers, no funny business. What happens is the prescription plan for CVS Caremark gets put into the contract. It aligns with our deficit reduction goals, and it provides us a stable and predictable budget. Next slide, please. So this is like more educational than anything else, but because some people probably don't realize this, our teachers are paid on a step schedule. So when you look at a typical sort of negotiated salary scale, you will see the years going across left to right: 26, 27, which is 1%, 27, 28, which is 2%, 28, 29, which is 1.75%. Those are the increases for each year. And then what you see going down are the step increases. So the very first row going across, the first one reads 54,119, that's step one. That's a brand new teacher hired straight out of school, no experience. In the second year, step one teacher would be making 55,201. And in the third year of the contract, the step one teacher would be making $56,000. And that's reflected in the percent increases in the top of the column. And then if you just count the rows down, you'll see that we have an 11-step salary guide, right? So we go from step 1 to step 11, and then it goes across from left to right for each of the 3 years. It's important to know this because not every community does an 11-step guide. Some do it 10, some do 11, some do it 12. And so some of the information I'm going to show you coming up is about how that salary guide gets put together and then how that looks compared to other communities. Next slide, please. The other part that we negotiated, besides the salary schedule, was the healthcare language. Remember I said we negotiated with just basically 2 terms: salary, healthcare. That's it. So these are the language changes. I'm not going to read all this. You've had this. I shared this with you last week. This is something you've had for a little while. But you'll see that it just changes language, putting the trust in place. It puts in CVS Caremark. And then it just talks about how this agreement would get us through the 25-26 year. And then in the 26-27 year would be put into the contract. So that's, we call that the tentative agreement, right? That's the agreement we came up with. When we negotiated, that's it. It's the salary scale I showed you. It's this language. We didn't open up the rest of the contract and negotiate terms for all the other components. That was not the focus here. The focus was we did something substantial in terms of healthcare change. We did something that the union believed was not contractual. There was a grievance. At level 1, as superintendent, I have an opportunity to address that grievance before it goes beyond my level. Kelly opened up the contract with me. We focused on 2 things. We got it done. That's it. That's the negotiations. Next slide, please. So some historical context, and I didn't go back forever, but if you look back in 2018, 2019, the pay increase for the teachers was 2%. 2019, 2020, the pay increase is 2.25. 2021 was 2.0%. 21, 22 is 1.5, and we did an annuity match. In 22, 23, 2.5, 23, 24, 2.75, 24, 25, 3.25, and 25, 26 is the year we're in now, which is 3.0. The average of those increases is a 2.4% average over the time. In terms of the last 3 years being the highest of those years, when we first met with the Auditor General and we talked about the pay increases that the teachers have received in those years, he did not have a whole lot of issue with that percent increase because he felt they were well in line with what was happening with inflation and CPI and didn't really have a lot of issue with the negotiated raises. If you look at what we have worked on together, in 26, 27, it's a 1%. If you look to the left, you don't see a lot of ones. If you look at 27, 28, it's a 2%. And if you look at 28, 29, it's a 1.75. So the average of those 3 is 1.58. That's a substantial difference between what has been what had been calculated as a percent increase versus what we got in this negotiations. Next slide. So sometimes people say to me, or I've seen on Facebook or, just conversation, Coventry teachers are the highest paid teachers in the state. And they say it with conviction and like all the research has been done, highest paid, hands down. And we've been the highest paid for 700 years, apparently, because it happens every single year with the highest paid teachers. And the reality is that's not true. The way contracts get negotiated, they get negotiated in cycles. Not every district is on the same cycle we're on. So some school departments just finished negotiating. Some are going to start negotiating. Some are going to go negotiate in 2 years. And as communities negotiate contracts, the order of who's highest to lowest keeps reshuffling because new contracts have higher percent increases. Old contracts are phasing out. And so what happens over time is you might come in at a first, second, or third place in terms of your pay. And as soon as all the other communities start negotiating, that starts ticking down because other people are now negotiating new contracts. So with 25, 26, if you just look at the year we're in right now, and that was the 3% increase, if you recall from the previous slide, our Step 11 teachers, which is what we call top step, make $97,483. I think it's important to know that 76% of our teachers are top step teachers. That's 292 people are on Step 11. The reason why that's important to know is because when they did pension reform years ago and they changed it at the state level, what they did is they shifted the burden to the municipal level and to the school level because now people can't retire. They can't. They don't have the years to retire, so they have to keep working until they get to the number that allows them to then retire. And so many of our teachers sit at top step. And the reason why I call that out is when I start comparing salaries between us and other communities, you can get really lost in those numbers because everybody's steps are different. Some are 10, some are 11, some are 12. But the other thing you can get lost in is the fact that, some districts at Step 1 might only have 4 teachers. But at step 11 or step 10 or step 12, their highest step, their top step might be, 80, 100 teachers. So it's important to know top step is really what matters most. This year, Coventry is ranked 6th in the state for pay. If you just look at 26, 27, if we were to move forward with this contract that we negotiated in good faith, you'll see the 1% increase changes our ranking to 8th in the state. That's just in 1 year's time, right? We have a contract with a percent rank, 2 other districts leapfrog over us. With the types of raises that we negotiated here, I think what you're going to see is that, especially at 1%, 2, and 1.75, that Coventry is not going to be in the top 5, 10, might be lower than that. And that's because we've negotiated pay raises that are significantly lower than what other communities have negotiated. The other thing to mention, which a lot of people don't understand and it doesn't often get brought up, is that we're not a Social Security district, so we don't pay Social Security for our staff. They don't contribute, we don't contribute. It's less for them when they retire because they don't get Social Security from us, and we don't have to contribute on their behalf. If we decided to move into Social Security, we would need a substantial amount of money to get into the Social Security pool, and we don't do that. 12 districts do pay Social Security. So on top of whatever the pay is that they've negotiated and the increase that they got, they also get their pension, but they're also getting Social Security at the end. And when the law changed a year or 2 ago, they're going to be able to get all of the funds that are available to them. I think it's important to note that when we negotiate a contract, we're not including the benefit that some communities get with Social Security. If you think about the percent increase in terms of a comparison, so if you include Coventry, and I say if you include Coventry because it requires the ratification of this contract, if you include Coventry, there are 22 ratified contracts in 26, 27. The highest paid increase, the highest percent increase is 4%. So 2 communities gave 4%. Coventry would be the lowest at 1%, the lowest of 22. I'm going to say that again. The lowest of 22, 1%, unheard of. 2 districts get 4%. The average increase for those 22 districts is a 2.94% increase, almost 3%. In 26, 27, we would be almost 2% less than the average and 3% less than the highest. I don't think we're being irresponsible. I think we negotiated a phenomenal contract, and we were keeping our eye on the responsibility we have to the taxpayers, to the community, and to try to find a way to be respectful to the employees that work for us and come in and donate as much, not donate, but they work hard, and then they provide time outside their regular day in terms of chaperoning dances and writing letters and going to events and ice cream socials. These are all things that happen outside the regular day. I want to spend a few seconds talking about how we value our SRP people, because I mentioned earlier the SRP union got 2% flat. These SRP members, these school-related personnel, are essential members of our school community. Their work supports students, staff, it helps provide safety, and they're crucial to our daily operation. The agreement that we put together for them, which locks in the 2, 2, and 2, is just a way to hopefully to show them our commitment to a fair, predictable compensation. That's all we're trying to do. We didn't go the same route as we went with the CTA because their salaries, they're not salary, they're hourly, and their pay is lower. And so the annual 2% adjustment that we negotiate is consistent with the role that they have, and it also allows us to continue to have strong fiscal planning. So together with the CTA agreement, this really ensures that we have respect for our employees, that we have internal consistencies, and that we have long-term budget sustainability. Next slide. This should look familiar to you. You got this fiscal impact statement. When we did the first fiscal impact statement in July, when the school committee ratified, we provided a copy back then. When the town manager asked me for some updated documents, we recalculated this one, and it actually even went more into our favor because now we had some different numbers that we were working with because the school year had started, right? When we first did the fiscal impact statement, it was June and July. School year hadn't started yet. This one is based on real numbers for this particular year, and then it moves out from there. You'll see a comparison. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but you'll see a comparison from left to right of the FY 27, 28, and 29 totals. It's all based off the 26 contract, which we're in right now. You can see the changes year over year. You can see the costs associated with healthcare, and you will see at the bottom the year over year changes. And those three numbers are the same three numbers I gave you in the beginning of the presentation. Just want to be consistent with that part. The next slide is really just the bottom half of that same document, because if I put it on one page, the type print was so small, you wouldn't be able to make heads or tails. And so this is the SRP portion of it, which shows you the year over year increases that I talked about earlier and I put into my presentation. And then you see the total for the both unions together. I highlighted them in yellow, 1.4 the first year, 1.6 the second year, 1.5 the third year. Next slide. So the 5.8 accumulated deficit reduction strategy. This is important because a lot of this is all linked together. Our strategy is, how do we pay down this accumulated deficit as fast as we possibly can? Because it hangs over us, and we know people judge us. You know, they judge us as being irresponsible, and the reality is, back to one of my first slides, is it's a accumulation of many years of things that didn't get done the way they probably should have. And the fact that we had to do 3 audits in 1 year kind of reflects that, right? Your audits are supposed to be done yearly, and we had 3 that we had to do in about a year and a half. So in 25, I'm really proud to say, even though sometimes people don't look at it as a positive, that we ended 25 with a $1.3 million fund balance, which means it gets applied to our $5.8 million accumulated deficit. So right out of the gate, we're down to $4.5 million. In 26, the year we're in now, we are budgeted $975,930 to go towards fund balance, which would bring that accumulated deficit down at the end of this year to 3.5. For 27 and 29, the 2 years after this year, when we get into potentially a new contract, there's $2.8 million of funds appropriated from fund balance to go towards the accumulated deficit. After 29, all that's left is $692,000. And in 2030 and 31 is when we pay off the balance. What this also does not include, and Bob had brought this up at one of the last meetings, Mr. Savetti had mentioned, when we changed over to the new healthcare plan, there was some reserve money, and the reserve money hasn't come our way yet, so we won't include it in our 5-year projection. We won't include it in our numbers because that money hasn't been recognized. But when the reserve money becomes available, that gets applied to the bottom line as well. So that would speed up this process. It would make it move even quicker. And all this information that I just shared with you is built on the contract that we negotiated, right? It's built on the 1, the 2, and the 1.75. Next slide. So correcting the errors of the past, right? We're focusing on finance. We're looking at what prior structural and operational decisions led to financial instability, limited predictability, and prolonged deficit reduction. That's a reality that has happened over some years. This agreement was negotiated with those lessons in mind. Let me say that again. When Kelly and I got together, it wasn't unicorns and rainbows. There was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of people not happy with each other, but there was also a focus on, in this time, with what we're facing as a school department, as a community, how do we focus on making sure we can get out of this situation? Because the sooner we get out, the faster the town gets, the whole town gets the ship right, and we can focus on, we can focus on putting funds towards improving the educational experience for our kids, right? If every one of these $5.8 million was going towards operations and instructional strategies, it'd be much better better spent. It also deliberately slows down the rate of growth. That's why we go from being 6th highest to 8th highest to probably 10th or 12th after that. It preserves budget discipline, and it accelerates the deficit elimination. Last slide. So this is one of those slides where you hit the button and the words fly in. So why this timing matters. First one, approval preserves modeling, savings for the deficit reduction plan. Next one. It avoids extended potential mediation and arbitration risks and costs. Next one. It supports long-term fiscal stability and predictability. Next one. Reduces average annual increases. Next one. Public action ensures transparency and accountability to our community. And the last one is that this agreement does not necessarily solve every challenge, but it does reflect a shared commitment to correcting the errors of the past without creating new ones for the future. That's the end. I'll take your questions.
Thank you, Superintendent. Just a couple words, before we get going here. Please, for everyone, we're just going to discuss this tonight. Let the discussion be cordial. This is, I'll echo what the superintendent said. This isn't an us versus them kind of situation. We're all out of the same budget in my eyes. Obviously, it's split for different purposes, but, it's just something I always like to reiterate. Let's also keep in mind the structure of education funding is very much tied to what goes on at the state level. These are things that aren't always as exciting to bring up, like the superintendent's cool presentation. But, certainly they have an impact, and it would be silly to ignore that. Along that silliness, the structure of the contract ratification. You guys negotiate it, we have to ratify it, and, someone's going to be upset about something in the end. So just want to get this on the record so everybody knows we understand all the, the different moving parts here. As much as the schools have said, this is something we've been working at, in a short-term way. We inherited some issues. Our senior member on the council up here, just for everyone's awareness, has got a good 3 years. And we have people up here with a year. We have people with 6 months. We have people with a few weeks. So just as you're, trying to inherit other issues, we are faced with the same thing. Unfortunately for us, we are the ones who have to deal with the tax levying portion of it. So just wanted to kind of set the stage, let everybody know, just in general, where we're at. And that we definitely understand there are some things we wish weren't controlled by, state and some other things. And, we can all work on that together at some point with the state delegation. With that, anybody have any questions for Mr. Cowart? Councilman, Councilman Hool was first.
I think, for me, trying to digest the numbers that we got, just a week ago, and it's a lot of information to take in. So I have some questions here, but one of the things that I think struck me the most was you state that you're assuming that 8 top step teachers are going to retire on a yearly basis, and those teachers will be replaced with potentially lower level teachers. So I'm going to say this what it is. How can you, I think it opens you up for potential, a potential lawsuit in stating that you're only potentially going to hire lower stepped teachers, when in reality, the higher step teachers may be more beneficial to the children because of experience. So you're standing in front of us stating that these assumptions are based on 8 teachers retire a year. There's nothing in here that states if those 8 teachers decide not to retire, there's nothing forcing them to do it. And if they're good teachers, we don't really necessarily want them to retire. They're there, they've earned their money. So I don't hear anything in here about that. Like a lot of this is assumptions, and we're talking about a 3-year contract with a 5-year deficit reduction plan. Like none of it, I'm trying to help this make sense to me.
Yeah, so I could, if you don't mind, I'll
Please do.
respond. So the only thing that we know in terms of real time is the budget we're in. I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen next year. I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen in 5 years. So when you do a 5-year projection, you're doing a projection. I don't know how much gasoline is going to cost. I don't know how much snow we're going to get. There's a lot of things I just don't know. So when the Auditor General made us go through this process of doing not just a 3-year projection, is a 5-year projection, is to go through the process of thinking of where your expenses are, where your revenue is, where your expenses are, and to try to find a way to make assumptions based on past experiences, prior experiences. There was a time period where we had many, many teachers every single year. And then there was a lull because teachers couldn't retire. We're seeing that lull begin to change. I don't have letters from teachers today, But I know through conversations, there's probably 8 teachers already, maybe more, that are already planning on retiring. Last year, we had that many, if not more. The year before that, I think we had 12 teachers. And so what we did is we looked at all the prior years and we tried to come up with what we thought was a good prediction based on our experience. That's all we can do. So I could say to you, 8 teachers are going to retire, and you're right. It might be 7, it might be 18. In terms of who we hire to replace them, a range of things happen. Sometimes the most qualified person is not a step 1 person. Maybe they're a step 5 person coming in from another district. That happens sometimes. Or sometimes if we're eliminating a position, we do it through attrition, and that position is never backfilled. Never backfilled. The other thing to communicate to you is that it's not just about salary, it's also about longevity and other things that go towards their salary. So when we make the prediction of what we think may happen, we're calculating salary, but we're also looking at the other associated benefits that go with that.
But all the assumptions of the hires were done at the lowest level, right? Like to me, it should have been like, okay, we're replacing 8 teachers with, right? Like your
Hold on. Step, Chris, was it step 5? Was step 1? Yeah, I don't think it was step 1.
so
Hold on one second.
Mhm.
Oh, Bob's saying step 3.
out of 11 steps, 3 still.
Yeah, either way.
It wasn't even in the middle, is what I'm saying. Like there's 11 steps we could
Yeah.
have met in the middle somewhere. You're giving us, assumptions all based on the lowest end.
Yep. Yeah, so I was just going to say that. So typically, somebody who's reached tenure in a community, meaning they've done 3 years of service without any issues, they've earned tenure. Tenure is your security. Tenure is your job security. Most teachers will not bop from one district to another to give up tenure to have to now re-earn it someplace else. So we don't almost ever get teachers that are above 5th step coming over unless it's a really high demand position that we're able to tempt somebody to come here because we have maybe good benefits or because we have a good salary, or maybe they've always wanted to work in Coventry because they live here. There are other contributing factors that go into that. Sometimes we hire people at step 1, sometimes it's 3. We were trying to find a way to qualify it or quantify it, but it's very rarely step 9, 10, or 11.
No, I have another question. We can go round and round about how they should have presented that number, fine. But one of the things that you keep drilling here is in slide 11, you stated that Coventry's 1% raised the lowest in the state, but what you didn't put in that slide, in which I am asking if you know the information, because I don't, how many of those districts were actually facing a deficit? Because it's fine to say like we're the lowest, but do they have a deficit issue in there?
I don't have the information of who specifically has a deficit, but I will tell you, I know Warwick does. And Warwick was one of the communities that recently had negotiated. So, a deficit is a piece that many communities are now dealing with. Pawtucket is dealing with a deficit. Cranston looking at a potential deficit. Warwick is dealing with deficit. Woonsocket, there's so many communities that right now are dealing with deficit positions because of the funding changing. And to the president's point, there are difficult decisions that have to be made that the community holds people responsible for. So I didn't put in there exactly which communities were in a deficit position and which ones weren't. But like I said, our accumulated deficit isn't a product of one budget or one contract. It's over a number of years, and we're not going to get out of it with one budget and one contract. And I think coming up with $1.3 million of savings in one fiscal year to go towards a deficit reduction shows that we're serious about that work.
Vice President Brown?
Yeah, 2 things. I'm going to start with the good. First of all, Don, your presentation tonight was good. I really appreciate you, your finance director, working with the town manager and our finance director at a town. I think that really goes a long ways to maybe getting our hands and working together and coming to common solutions, which we should do as a community. Now the bad. I wish we had that same continuity with the school committee. We don't have that. And certainly here, just recently, over the last month, we had a school committee member post on social media that basically I took as bullying to get the taxpayers in the town for us to vote for a contract. which I found very, very ignoring. And the second thing is, just recently, the school committee chair files an OMA complaint against this town council. So now you talk about taking money out of the same bucket. We got to take some of the same money and pay to defend that OMA baseless account. This is totally unacceptable. And I know several of them are sitting here today, and I know several school committee people didn't even know that he filed an OMA complaint against this council. I find it very irritating, to say the least, that we're supposed to be working together, and this school committee and this town council couldn't be further apart. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can respond. So I'm not going to speak for individual people and individual, freedom of speech and opportunities to say things that they want to say, right? I'm not going to weigh in on that because that's not my role. It's not my responsibility. I speak for the school department as a whole, and I speak for what I think is going to be a crucial decision that we've made, that I hope you make, that allows us to continue on a path forward. But to your point, whether you're talking about this particular school committee and town council or any other school committee and town council in the United States, I don't think when there is a divide, the best way to solve it is to continue to try to have a divide, right? So I am always going to put my hand across to anybody who wants to take it. I will communicate with anybody. I don't want to speak for Dan or Bob, but anytime they've asked for something, we've produced it. When the town council asked for access to our financials, we didn't balk. We said, you can have it. Log in, look at whatever you want. There are no secrets here. We opened up our books to anybody and everybody who wanted it because we don't want people, whether it's on social media or anywhere else,
I
judging.
don't want to stop you, but I'm going to, because I agree with what you're saying. You're right. You guys are working together. The school committee and this town council are not. They are not working together. And what happened with those two school committee members was totally disingenuous. And you talk about, and I'll go back to, it's costing the taxpayers of this town money to defend that OMA complaint.
Councilwoman Capaldi?
Yeah, and I want to reiterate on that too. I know you guys are working good together. I mean, we know that, and great presentation. But to have your chair put an OMA on us, and whoever's talking out in the audience, please wait, because we can't hear up here when people are throwing things in from the audience. But we now have to hire attorneys to deal with this OMA, and you want us to give you money. We have to pay for that. That is not right. And you know that's not right. I'm looking right at you. And if you had other people in the committee that did it, no, he's up now. JP, I think the culprit wants to come up and say something.
I don't know if it's not.
I think we should get
I think we have to get
Yeah,
back
we got to
on
stay back
points.
on that, but we do have public comment coming up. Back on the,
I just want to say that, and it's not right. We want to work together. You had a whole presentation on unity. That's what we want to do. We want to be together in this. But when you have people on your committee doing this, it's not right.
Yeah, I like I said, I'm looking for opportunities to work together, not divide. If you were to make a decision based on factors outside of what I presented to you in terms of the fiscal impact, the contributions that this gets us to deficit reduction and the deficit elimination, to me, that's the guts of this, right? I'm not gonna, I can't from the superintendent's position get into like dealing with each individual thing. What I can say to you is I would encourage you to focus on the presentation, focus on all the financials presented, focus on what is best for kids and what's best for the community, because that's what I presented to you. And that's what I feel is your responsibility here. And I'm not trying to speak down to anybody. Like if anybody says, Don, you got to find a better way to do it, I'll do a better way to do it. But my goal here is I represent a lot of constituents, but the number one constituent I represent are the children who are not here. They don't have a voice. We need to make sure that whatever decisions we make are in the best interest of kids. That's it. And if you want to make a decision because of something that was posted or said or read,
Don,
I can't get into.
Don, still my floor, right? No, I understand that, but you're not you're not stating anything. You know that's not building unity. You know that's not building camaraderie and collaboration. So you have to stop it in your house because it was not correct. We are trying to do the best we can do, and to have your people now take time away from our attorney and money from our taxpayers to fight this, it's not right. So please talk to the people in your house. Let's build unity here.
Yeah, I mean, I echo, obviously the sentiments up here, but I do want to make sure we remember the distinction between, management and, elected officials. So, your comments are correct. I do have a lot of, questions on the financials, especially the assumptions themselves, which I think because this is such a big part of the budget, it just deserves, a good level of looking at. We're looking at about 2/3 of the overall budget here. About 50 cents of every dollar is, salaries and wages at the school. So bringing it back to the financial side of the argument, I don't think Councilman Pass was gone yet.
Thank you for your presentation. And before I say anything else, I just want to say that I do appreciate the work teachers do. They are a big part of the community. They touch a lot of the residents. And so, none of the comments, I think I can confidently speak for everybody up here. None of the comments that we're making right now is a negative reflection towards our teachers, because I don't think any of us feel that that way about any of you guys. You have a hard job, and you have new challenges every day that are facing you. And so, I commend you for what you do, and I appreciate the work you guys put into doing this contract. So, a couple of things. This is kind of more for the public. A lot of the people in the room already know this. Maybe some don't, but we're even having the conversation right now about the teacher's contract because of a charter change that was done many years ago. And and then what that was is every contract that is put forth and adopted in the town of Coventry has to be approved by the town council. So this puts us in a very unique situation because the school committee is an elected governing body, and the contract is between the teachers union and the school committee. It's actually really not between the town council. However, town council needs to approve this contract. They do not negotiate it. So if we were to deny this contract, it doesn't now give us some magical seat at the table to negotiate the contract. It could come back to us in a month, a week, 2 days, $1 more, $1 million more, or $1 less, because we don't actually negotiate it. The town manager does not negotiate it. This is done by the school committee, the teachers union, and the superintendent. So it's kind of a weird situation that we even consider this. It's really, for me, it's kind of ceremonial because it doesn't give me any right to do anything with this contract. And if I deny it, it's potential litigation. If I approve it, I'm not agreeing to increase the funding to the schools. This doesn't mean that by agreeing to this contract, we now increase the maintenance of effort, which is the only obligation the town has to the schools, is a maintenance of effort. How the school committee spends their money is how they choose to do it. So if they want to spend all of their money funding a contract and shut the lights off in the school, that's their business. We can't tell them yes or no. So it's an interesting situation for us to be in. And this is what I tried to say last time we had a discussion about teachers' contract, that, I approved it because it's ceremonial. This is a contract between the school committee, which has already approved it, and the teachers union, which has already approved it. Additionally, I think that one tool that could be helpful for the council to understand the cost and the impact of the contract, and I believe we have to do this because we adopted the resolution for this, was the finance committee. So all contracts in the town of Coventry, the town council is hearing, is supposed to go through our finance committee so they can review it and then make an official recommendation to the council to approve, deny, or amend. And in this situation, we can't amend. But I think, especially with a lot of new members up here, I think it would be prudent, and I think it's also the right thing to do, to send the contract through our finance committee, let them have a meeting or two, look at it, and give a report back to the town council. So that way it can be completely understood and everybody's making a decision with the knowledge that they need to do it.
Thank you, Councilman, for the context. I think it means a lot here. Just gonna go over here first, and we'll come back to you. Councilman Mars first, and then Councilman Dowan.
Yeah, sure. I'm just going to say that an educator's job never ends, and I appreciate that whole presentation. Reflect on the last conversation we had, but your presentation spoke about next year, right? That was a lot of it, and we're talking about a budget reduction plan. So I'm just curious what it looks like through 2031 with an assumed 3-year contract that we have in front of us. That next contract, how do you factor that in to your projections, right? What does that look like down the line, and what's the plan going forward?
Yeah, so I provided you the 5-year projection that included the 1, the 2, and the 1.75. But I will say to you, we also presented a 5-year projection that we, named 2.0, which we just level funded the teachers at 222, which is similar to what we did with the members of the SRP union. And we did that because we didn't know what kind of action this council was going to make. And we felt like the 1, the 2, and the 1.75, if it doesn't happen, we need to be fiscally responsible. So we're going to budget for 222 because it's a 5-year projection, right? And we need to be to use assumptions, right, that are more accurate. But to get to the bottom line, when we created that second budget, the 2.0, with just the 222, we don't get out of the deficit until, I want to say, all the way through 30 or 31, we're still in a deficit position. This contract pulls us out of the deficit at the end of 30. So that was the comparison that we did. And I can send that other budget to you as well. But I was focusing on the fact that this budget, and there's a lot of trickle-down impact that comes from adjusting the salaries that then feed forward into, because you create a base and then the raises are built upon the base. So once one base changes, like if 26 becomes, let's say this year instead of 3%, it was a 2%. And we build off that, that changes the numbers all the way down. I don't know if I answered your question or not.
You did, thank you.
Councilman Dowan.
You started off your presentation saying you wanted to address some of the rumors about Coventry teachers being the highest paid ones in the state.
Mhm.
A similar comment comes around when we talk about how much teachers in Coventry are paid, is that Coventry public schools are not as good as they once were, and that the scores do not reflect the cost for those teachers. You're the expert up here. Can you please explain kind of where the Coventry teachers rank for that? Because a lot of the comments that I hear are along that similar vein. Why should we pay teachers more money when the results are not there? So I don't think they're at the bottom. I've looked up some of the statistics, but can you give your opinion on what that looks like?
Yeah, so we're measured in lots of different ways, right? We're measured at multiple grade levels, a variety of different assessment tools. So we're measured in lots of different ways. If you look at any of the video from presentations that we've done to our school committee about accountability and our strategic plan, we know there's room for growth, and we're focused on the strategies needed to grow. Like we're never going to be satisfied with where we're at, whether we were a top 10 school, top 15 school, top 20 school. But the reality is you can't call us just one thing, because there's a variety of variables that feed into it. Also, when you compare communities, you're comparing a different clientele, right? Every community has their own nuance in terms of their community and what their community represents and what their funding represents. And so I've never been part of a district, whether it's in Rhode Island or Massachusetts or New Jersey, where I worked in the beginning, where we tied salaries or raises to outcomes, because the outcome measure, it has so many variables, it becomes inconsistent and very inaccurate, right? But I will say that one of the strategies we used in this last contract, the one we're finishing up, is that when we put together the pay increases, we wanted to honor and respect our teachers who in the past have taken 0% increase, zeros, have sacrificed things. We wanted to honor that, but we also wanted to make Coventry an attractive place to come work, because as our teachers start to retire and we know there's a teacher shortage coming down the pike, we know that we want people to come work here. And so we're trying to create an atmosphere that's also going to attract people to come here. Now, this particular contract, the 1, the 2, and the 1.75 probably flies in the face of that a little bit. But I think we've built the base up enough that people want to work here. But in terms of our performance, we have school accountability measures that measure schools by stars. We have the majority of our schools are 3-star schools, which is like the average. We have schools that are above, we have schools that are below, but average. Our SAT scores are fairly average. We have some work to do in math. Our AP is phenomenal. We rank better than almost all the schools in AP scores in the state, and nationally and internationally. So there's lots of different measures that go into, do the teachers deserve this amount of money based on, the product that we're getting? The reality is we put out a great product and we want to continue to do that, but we also know it's not perfect and we want to make it better. You don't make it better by shortchanging or cutting off your resources, because that forces us to then make cuts, and we have to eliminate positions and eliminate programs, and that's just working backwards.
Thank you.
Back to the side. I think. Oh, go ahead. All right.
Question for legal. Going back to if we were to deny the contract, what would happen? So hypothetically, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree with the contract or anything like that, I'm just trying to understand the process here. So let's say there was a no vote on the contract and the contract was denied, and then the union decided to go to arbitration, which was very costly to the town and everybody involved. Who sits at the arbitration? The school committee and the teachers union? Does the town council have a seat? The town have a seat at arbitration? So essentially, you're sitting in front of an arbitrator with 2 people who agree on this contract. Yeah, I can't imagine how the arbitration would go any other way but the favor of the way the 2 people sitting there would want it. And then we own the results of the arbitration. Is that correct?
You don't own the results of the arbitration as to finances.
Okay, so
Under Rhode Island law, finances cannot be, when you say arbitration, you're talking about the outcome of the decision being binding. The financial aspect of arbitration is not binding.
okay, so what would be that? So they would go. So what's the point? So it's not, if it's binding arbitration, you're not bound. It's not binding.
Not as to finances.
Okay.
Not as to finances, but it's binding. There's other issues in the contract. I think the superintendent indicated that in this particular case, most of those issues were not opened up.
Not addressed, right?
So theoretically, the scope of this contract wouldn't really involve many other issues that normally go to arbitration.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm just trying to understand, like, yeah, and again, this is not saying that I'm looking to approve or deny the contract. I'm just trying to understand the process. If you're sitting in front of an arbitrator and 2 people who were there are not opposing arguments, what are you doing? So.
Councilman, I think before we get to that point too, I mean, if it was denied, it would go back to negotiations. They would reopen negotiations, the school committee and the teachers and SRP.
Right.
That would
but
probably be the next step.
And I understand that,
Yeah.
but there's nothing saying that they've already approved this particular agreement.
Mhm.
So you can send them back to negotiation. That there's nothing saying that they're going to give us anything different. It could be $1 more, $1 less, $1 million
Correct.
more.
Correct.
We're not at the table.
No.
Again, Councilman Pasqua, thank you for the context of the world we find ourselves in. I mean, we could go round and round with that stuff all day. I totally get it. A couple particular questions. So, you identified comments from the Auditor General. Do we have a signed off deficit reduction plan yet?
Not a signed off plan. You would know if you had one, because we have to present it to the school committee and the town council for approval. A lot of this work is hinged, the deficit reduction plan is kind of hinged on this, right? If you approve and we move forward, the deficit reduction plan for those 3 subsequent years includes the teacher salary increase of 1.2, 1.75, and then 2% for the SRP for those 3 years. And then we create the deficit reduction plan, you get the particulars, you vote, school committee votes, it goes to the Auditor General. If we don't have that, then the deficit reduction plan is going to be sort of like the 5-year projection, right? We create a plan based on what we know. A lot of what we've already created in the 5-year document that we share with our committee and you have kind of frames that. You know, the Auditor General gave us that template. It frames what it looks like, and the numbers would just look different. But the reality is, the 5-year deficit would be we would run short, right? We wouldn't have enough to get it done in 5 years, and that would create a challenge for us, because then we'd have to go back to figuring out how do you pay off the deficit in the 5 years allotted.
Gotcha. Okay, so we don't have the deficit reduction plan yet. You mentioned the negotiations, understanding in a negotiation, both sides probably want a little bit more and they feel like they could use something. Can you enumerate kind of what the town got out of this?
Sure. When we changed healthcare carriers, we have premiums that are about $180,000 less than they were last year. And the other bidders bid was almost $1 million more than this bid. So we saved $180,000 in real time because it came in less, but we had cost avoidance of almost $1 million, $900,000 in change that the other bidder came in with, who was the incumbent. The other thing that we're looking at when it becomes available is the reserve that is associated with the other structure, which is reserve funds that are set aside in with Blue Cross Blue Shield and with the carrier to make sure that if there's any high claims, that there's funding, because we were self-insured under that model, if there is funding available to pay for claims that are large. So that reserve money, once everything has been paid out, because there's a look-back period, even though we changed from one healthcare carrier to another, there are still claims against the old carrier for a number of months. That has to run out. There's a run-out period. And when there's no more claims coming in, then they look at what's left over in the reserve, then that comes over. But that doesn't come over as a whole amount just for the town, right? Because the reserve funds are the contributions of the people in the healthcare plan. So there's a portion of that is technically belongs to the people who have contributed. And we would work out a way to make sure that we make everybody whole.
So that's one thing I'm trying to figure out here. So was that savings initiative that saved that money, was that what was grieved?
What was grieved was the union has language in the contract in a few different places that talks about when and how you can change.
How you
when,
went about it, not the point that you did it.
Right. And then what then subsequently needs to be provided to the union in terms of information related to pharmacy. I will say that the union president, Kelly Arenikis, was very accommodating and worked with us closely in terms of asking for documentation that we then, tried to provide in a timely manner. But it got to a point where she felt like the only choice that she had was to grieve that decision. Being the administrator in charge of the district, we were also up against the wall because we were facing a multi-million-dollar accumulated deficit. We were looking at how we address that. This was an option available to us that came up in our meetings with the union, with the Auditor General and with the town. And so we decided that we needed to move forward with that because it was the only path forward to begin this process of deficit reduction. So the town, in terms of the school and the town, cost avoidance, some money back in the pocket, and then some change to language in the contract in regards to healthcare providers.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Hall.
I'm struggling with this a little bit because I'm fairly new here, 3 months. You've given us a lot of information for me to digest. So bear with me. If something's wrong that I'm stating, please correct me, always. Mr. Manager, you had informed us. Can you let us in the public know when it was suggested that the school committee changed to the trust for the healthcare savings? And then I'd like to ask the superintendent when that actually took effect.
We started discussions, I want to say 2024,
And
probably
in
on that.
2024, when you presented that potential change into the trust, it was shown at that time that immediate savings could occur, correct?
Well, they had to go out to RFP. It was a conversation we had with the trust, but they had to formally go out to RFP, which they did in 2025.
So a year later, we potentially missed a year of savings.
I don't think it was a full year.
10 months, 5 months.
Yeah, I don't know the exact dates, but it was definitely 2024 was discussed, and the RFP went out, I think, the end of 24 and was awarded 25.
It was issued in December of 24.
24, yeah.
It was due back to us in January of, or February of 25, and then a decision was made at the end of February.
Yep.
We notified the carrier in March because there's a deadline when you notify the carrier that you're going to
Okay.
leave.
Yep.
And so,
90
but in
days.
terms of like, money left on the table, we don't rush into any decision quickly of something of this magnitude. And knowing that there was a lot of moving parts, just because the town manager and the finance director said this is something you should consider didn't mean we just jumped into it. We have a fiscal responsibility, and we wanted to make sure that if we make a decision of that magnitude, that we know what we're doing. as
That's
we
what
go
you're
forward.
asking us to do with this. You guys were rushing us to do that same thing. But with all, in the art of negotiations, everyone has to feel like they're winning, right? The teacher union wants to feel like they're winning. And that's, look, I worked with kids in inner city when I was 18. It's a tough job. That's why I don't work with kids now. I'm not discounting that. But what is you didn't answer what the town council president stated. What is the town, what are we winning? Because to us, we're still having to pay our portion to the deficit reduction, right? The town could pave some roads with that money. If you have raises, then you should have been able to find the money that the town is providing. Although you say it's our debt as a town, we are one Coventry. I understand that. This was a deficit that was created by the school committee, and for the town council to now take even less of the money that we get to run an entire town, I'm frustrated, and I'm still trying to understand what did we win here in the negotiations? Because everyone has to feel like they're winning.
Right. So 1% is a win, right? I put that in my presentation. 2 communities took 4. We are 3% lower than the highest.
The
3%
communities that took 4, did they have a deficit? Because I don't want to keep using them as an example if it's not factual, right? When I'm doing comps, it has to be a 3-bed to a 3-bed. I can't take a 4-bed to
Yeah.
a 2-bed.
So that's not a comp to us, right? Who's got a deficit and how much it is not what we're looking at. We're looking at the compensation in comparison to the dollar amount and to the percent increase. I can't get into the specific.
But if we were in the
financials.
green, I'd be I'm all for, I want everyone to get paid what they're worth in the green. Like everybody. I want the shiny new things. Like we all want that. So I think this conversation some of your initial rhetoric was clearly directed to my video, some of the social media things. And if it wasn't, no problem. I apologize for that statement. But to say that while we don't have the information and, it's the town council isn't voting, the town council isn't, we got this information last week. Like I have kids, I work to digest this and to understand what we're reading. That's the key.
Yeah.
Is to understand it, because if I don't understand, the alternative to not understanding is just voting no.
Right. So I'll go back, right? In July, into the first week of August, we supplied everything we were asked for.
I didn't even get sworn until the 20th of August.
I'm just telling you,
Okay.
you're asking me if we were negligent in
But
supplying
I have to
information.
understand it if I'm voting on it.
We supplied it. Now, we've been asking for a vote for a long time. At any point, you could have voted. Could have been September, could have been October, could have been November. At any point, as soon as the manager said, it's going on the agenda for January 13th, give me your updated information, we updated it and we gave it to him.
But you're asking us to vote without providing us the information. You were telling us to put it on the agenda to vote without the information. So you waited until it went on the January 13th agenda to give us the information when you had some of it
And it's been provided to you
last week.
in July and August.
I wasn't here is what I'm saying.
My responsibility is to provide the body and the leadership with the information that they asked for. If there was something that you wanted specifically from me as superintendent or us as a body, any one person can call me, email me, say, listen, I'd like to know more. Can I meet with you? Can we have a phone call? I'm an open door. You ask anybody, I'll talk to anybody at any time about anything. There's no secrets with me. I'm trying to be a good steward to this community. That's my job. I'm not trying to hide anything. When information has been shared in July and August, my assumption is I've provided you what you've asked for. If it doesn't go on an agenda until January, and then a new ask is given, and by the way, I didn't say I gave it to you in July and August, just use that data. My finance team said, listen, we have a bunch of new information from the joint meeting. Bob gave us different revenue counts. Let's embed as much real-time new information as possible, because that's what you do, right? You don't say, I gave it to you in August, go look at that one. We gave you updated information in a time period that was right up against to when the meeting was scheduled and it was put on the agenda.
Well, just for everyone's clarity, I mean, there was a reason we wanted that information first, and it was based on timing. You know, we needed the audits the first quarter, so, you know, we were anticipating making that decision according to having more information. So just so both
not-
sides are
I'm
aware.
not questioning that.
Yeah, yeah, no.
The point I'm trying to make is when the information was requested, it was provided.
Yeah, the information did change. It continues to evolve. It's a budget. A budget is a guide. You know, I get that. The years go out, the information is less accurate. That's just the way it kind of goes. But just so everyone in the room is clear, that back and forth happened for a reason. The contract was not expiring, and we needed more financial information to make a good decision. And I think that's kind of what we're getting at tonight. Maybe isn't that we need more information. Maybe it's that we need more time with the information. But
I'd like to make a motion if y'all.
open it up to. Did you have anything first? Councilman Hool. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I said Councilman Hool.
I think it's best to send this to the finance committee. I'm going to make a motion to send this contract to the town of Coventry's finance committee for further review. And then they can provide a recommendation to the town council.
I'll
Answer
second
any
that
questions
motion.
that need to be answered.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a first and a second. Discussion on this topic. Just to remind everybody, you know, big chunk of the budget. We obviously have some additional questions. I think maybe a little more time with the material will be helpful. You know, we wouldn't be doing our duty if, you know, as Councilman Pasqua kind of added the context, we're forced to do or not do. And in the absence of being satisfied with the information, we would hate to just vote on it now and not have everything. So, you know, that's kind of the feeling of what I'm getting up here. We have a first, a second. Any other discussion on this?
Your published agenda said there would be public comment allowed on all items that are docketed before any votes. You haven't allowed for public comment yet. Would you please hold your vote until public comment has been made?
We
Oh, you mean our vote?
our vote to do anything with it.
Refer it to the committee, because you're not acting on
Yeah,
it.
we're gonna hear all the comment anyway. Yeah.
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 Okay. All right. Motion and a second. All those in favor of moving this to finance committee or referring this to finance committee? Say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, just so you're aware, that that's consistent with Rule 4 of the Town Council rules.
Thank you. Okay, where are we on this agenda?
All right. Do this one thing again, but just on
Just on,
the top. Like we could have everybody here again, just like this, but instead of the whole council meeting. Good, all right. Next item on the agenda. We gotta go back up to public comment on docketed items. Anyone in the room would like to make a statement, please come up, state your name and address for the record.
I like the new system, by the way. James Pearson, 8 Nicole Lane, citizen James Pearson. So I'd like to say I'm very surprised to hear everyone so outspoken against the fact that an OMA complaint was filed by a citizen, not necessarily a member of another public body. I don't leave my citizen rights at the door just because I wear the hat of chairman of the school committee. I'm here as citizen James Pearson. There was a complaint filed against this committee, and I'm sorry some people are upset by it. I'm sorry some people can't listen to my comments. They have to make a sidebar. Because it was brought to my attention, this committee was making decisions behind closed doors outside of the public purview. I know you want to argue, but this is public comment. You should be listening. The public has a right to understand what the decisions are made by this public body, and the complaint, not a judgment, that is up to the Attorney General to decide. The complaint, well, clearly you do because you weren't following the law. The public interest trumps your being upset about the complaint, and I'm very sorry about that. True, I'm not sorry. I'll file a complaint tomorrow too if I feel it's necessary, because the public interest trumps your right to not follow the law. You don't have a right to not follow the law. I'm sorry. That's the rules. We have rules we play by. And I'm very sorry you're upset by social media posts. I've been the subject of social media attacks my entire career on school committee. They are difficult to deal with. I'm sorry you perceive some things as attacks. I'm sorry I had to respond to a recent attack by a town council member. Just don't take, we're in politics. It's time to grow a little bit of a thicker skin and not to worry so much about what people say on social media. Half of it's not true anyway, especially your recent video I saw. See my response, Mr. Hool? I loved the fairy tale that was spun in your video. Thank you. Regarding negotiations, I just want to comment on what Mr. Pasco said, not having a seat at the table. You all have received an invitation. If we do end up back at the table for negotiations, there are members of the council who are invited, and I think the public has a right to know that. I'm just clarifying the record during public comment. Mr. Brown, you're very contentious tonight. I don't understand the reason why. Nah, it's not baseless. The Attorney General will decide. Is your microphone on? I don't know if the public can hear you or not. Yeah. Very disappointed with your vote to bounce this back to the Finance Committee. I would hate to see what this town council does with a complicated contract negotiation. The terms of this contract negotiation were very simple. The finances were very simple and laid out. And I know there was complaints that you've had a week to look at it. That is not the fault of the school administration. That is not the fault of the school committee. This financial impact statement was provided back in July. The fact that you may not have had it or hadn't seen it or hadn't had a chance to review it means you didn't ask for it or it wasn't provided to you back in July. That is not a problem with the school committee. That is a problem with your ability to govern or your ability to ask for information from the people who are supposed to provide it to you. I'm really disappointed in the attacks. I'm disappointed in the inaction of this committee. You guys have been punting around this contract decision, and the vote just to get the vote on an agenda has been an exercise in what seems like futility. July. We, as a school committee, speaking as a school committee member, we actually were going to ratify the contract in June, but we were asked by the town council president at the time to delay a month because there were some things going on. We wanted to make sure the budget was approved, and in spirit of cooperation, we abided by that and ratified the contract in July, and then there was no action by this council. That'll be my nickname for the council in the upcoming elections. So I urge this council, just because Citizen James filed an OMA because he felt his rights as a citizen and other citizens' rights were being violated. School Committee President James, the door is always open. I haven't received a phone call, an email, or any questions from any council member about this contract, about the terms of the contract, about the impact, about what it means for our employees, what it means for our students, what it means for our taxpayers. You look at the percentage, 1% in year one versus Woonsocket, 4%, Central Falls, 4%. Other communities giving 2 to 4% raises in the next year. And Coventry School Committee came in and presented you with 1%, 2%, 1.75%, the lowest negotiated raises in the state in recent and maybe even long history. And you're thumbing your nose at it. You're bouncing it to a finance committee. I will tell you, I will wait till the outcome of the Finance Committee, and if you guys ever decide to vote on this again for my next comment, let's hope I don't have to come up here and speak again. I'm sure Mr. Brown will be very happy. Yeah, you'll be excited. Thanks, Frank. Have a great day. How's the kids?
All right, thank you. Come on up, state your name and address for the record.
Kelly Arnikas, President, Coventry Teachers Alliance. I'm laughing because I'm usually the one that's contentious, and I'm not going to be contentious. So, yeah, no problem. Just a couple of things. I am going to respond, Mr. Hool, to yours because I wasn't upset by your video, but you had some valid questions, so I want to respond to them. Some things I had heard here tonight. Please feel free to stop me at any point in time. One of the things I've heard is contract, why now? I've been teacher in Coventry for 31 years. I actually teach AP Government and Politics, a course that more people should take. But why now? I'm proud to say I've been president here for 25 years, and Coventry has not had a strike, imposed a job action, or anything of the nature since I've been president. Actually, since before that, since the early 70s was the last strike, because you negotiate before your contract runs out. When you don't, there's no leverage on either side that's good for the community. The leverage on the school side has disappeared because there's continuing contract language through the legislature. The leverage on the teacher side is we're going to strike. We don't want to because it hurts kids. You need to believe that. I mean that sincerely. So the leverage is gone. So you try to take the leverage away from both sides and roll over the contract before it expires, and that hurts no one. So that's the why now. Mr. Hu, you also mentioned the septic, which I get, that's out there. But what you have to realize, and it's really hard, maybe because I've been around for so long, you understand the history. The school asked for monies for capital improvement. Only the town can improve that. We went 13 years almost in a row with $0 for capital improvement. And in the years in which there were some, it was minimal, $100,000 to $200,000. If you do no improvements in your own home, your well, your septic, your roof, your windows, your boiler, your HVAC, it's gonna fall apart. Our buildings are crap. Our grounds are crap just because we haven't had the capital improvement money. And I don't ever want it to be a peeing match. I truly believe one town. Your schools drive your property values. You know, your property values drive your taxes. It has to be one town. That's not rhetoric on my part. I'll let you know when I'm mad, and it's coming, but I really believe one town. The other item I just want to address, and I'm going to go fast for you. It's almost for the people in the audience tonight, to put it as nicely as I can, it's almost like a slap in the face. So it's embarrassing for me to sit there and for Mr. Coward to say, hey, I got Kelly. She took the lowest raise in the whole freaking state. Yep, great job, Kelly, union president. How many of you proud of me? Yeah, real proud of me. It was a gesture on our part saying that we know the town's in tough finances, the school's in tough finances. Let us take something minimal to help the town out. It's almost like I felt like I was extending an olive branch and someone turned around and shoved it somewhere. That's hard to stomach sitting here. So I'm going to tell you how that makes me feel, how that makes people behind me feel. When you do that, we talked about your new attorney, thank you, talked about, you know, what happens in arbitration. Yes, your police officers have binding arbitration for monetary matters, but there's so many other things. I said to Don, and this is me being the union president, and I don't apologize for it, so I'm going to say it to you. If I go back to that table, I am getting more because the olive branch has been broken off in my butt. So you look at parity. Your police are getting a 3% raise next year and a 3% raise the following year. You've already negotiated that contract. It's done because you negotiated a 5-year contract with them. So how do you look at your teachers and say 1% is too much? They're getting 6 and we're getting 2.75 over 2 years. So in mediation and in arbitration, there is something called parity that looks at all those things. You can ask your solicitor, you can ask anyone. When contracts settle, if I had to go back to the table, I would probably be without a contract for a year. I'm going to own that. That year is going to suck for all of us because I have to take a job action. That's my job, and I won't apologize for it. I've done it for 25 years, and I do it well. But what happens is you're going to get retroactive pay anyway. So it's all this nonsense for nothing, and it's frustrating because people hate you, people hate me, people hate them. It stinks. I just want to go on record and say that. And whether you were here last time or not, I think the animus between town and schools, and it exists everywhere, because mostly schools are 75% or more of the budget. But I want you to look at your financials. If it's true to word, if the schools, because you have 54 police officers, am I close? Close, 57 police officers. You have 452 teachers, plus another 267 school-related personnel, because we educate everybody in the frickin' world. So all your employees are on the school side, hence the expenses are higher. That's true in every municipality in the state. It's the state's fault, and the Rhode Island Foundation's trying to look at it. The state only funds 36% of education. That's the state's fault. We'll try to get them to change it, but you know how that's going to go. But it puts us against each other, which is stupid. That being said, the town council of the last council approved a teacher contract, an SRP contract, a police contract, and a municipal contract. And everybody got 3% roughly. I mean, I took mine 2.75, 3.25, but it was roughly 3% across the board for all of your unions. I have to bring to your attention, the town council fully funded the police contract. The town council fully funded the municipal contract, and you didn't even halfway fund the teacher contract. And now it's the school's fault that it's in deficit. So I know the past town council president did a lot of things on her own. I disagree with some of them. I disagree how she treated people on the council. But you have to look at some of those decisions made. I'm going to call a spade a spade. She was pissed. Her vote was in the minority. But the bottom line is the council 3-2 approved the contract. It should have been funded. So part of the reason for the deficit reduction is it's partly, unfortunately, your fault, even though you weren't here, but because of what you inherited, just like it's kind of what Don inherited. So, you know, sitting here, it's embarrassing watching people pee on each other back and forth. We're bigger than that. We're better than that. It is what it is. We're trying to move forward. And I'm asking you not to insult the people in front of you. It really was taking an olive branch and sticking it somewhere. Those raises are minimal, and no one else is getting that low raises. The teachers are also the only union in this city that have taken 4 zeros in the past 20 years. 4 zeros in 20 years. Again, and somebody gets help, whether it's Kerry McGee, whether it's Gary Cody, I can name them all, whether it's Ray Spear, keep going back. Thank you to the teachers for doing that for us. And then the very next time we come up, it's forgotten. It's insulting. So I just ask, enough of the back and forth. Just please hear some of the facts and look them up, because I'm not giving you one wrong fact. And finally, I want to end with, I was truly hopeful. If you notice, the Coventry Teachers Alliance is usually very politically involved. I didn't get involved in any of your elections. I really wanted the old council out. I wanted the new council in. I wanted people that knew what was going on, that voted their conscience, that voted their faith, that I don't even care if you voted your political beliefs. I was hoping the animus, when the old town council president left, the animus would end as well. So please think of that. You guys have a new start. Yes, there's bad feelings. I guess there's posts and all the other stuff. You know, I asked for a point of order. Am I going to file an open meetings violation? No. Do I think we should have had the right to speak before you move that? Yes. Will I get over it? Absolutely. It's okay to disagree without hating each other. And I'll just end with one other thing. And God bless you, Mr. Igliozzi. You're on. I have done all the arbitrations pretty much myself, unless I have to be the star witness for the arbitration. I do all the negotiations myself. We don't hire attorneys. My membership has faith in my skills of 25 years. So I want to bring something to your attention I brought to the school committee the other evening. Your charter was approved by the legislature, but the legislature, neither House nor Senate, proposed any legislation to change a portion of Title 16 of Rhode Island General Law. As you know, Title 16 of Rhode Island General Law governs education. I'm just going to read very quickly to you. This comes from 16.2.8. And it's just the general powers of the committee. And it begins with something I'm pretty sure you know. It's about the responsibilities of the school committee. Unless the responsibility is otherwise delegated by this chapter to the entire care, control, and management of all public schools, means of the general duties and towns shall be vested in the school committee of the several cities and towns. School committee shall have, in addition to these enumerated powers in the title, the following powers and duties, and it enumerates all of them. Enumerated means it's actually listed. Subsection 18 is my biggest caveat, and I'm tired and I didn't put my glasses on, so hang on, sorry. Lord help me. It says, school committee's sole responsibility to enter into contract negotiations, provided, however, that notwithstanding any other provision of the general or public laws, whether a specific or general application, and notwithstanding the provisions of any other municipality where the school committee is appointed and not elected. So you have the power to trump if your school committee is appointed. The only school committee that's fully appointed is Central Falls because it's run by the state. And now Providence has a partially appointed and partially elected. Your charter allows you to do this, but your charter flies in the face of state law. So I'm telling you, you don't have the authority under state law. You don't have the statutory authority to vote up or down my contract. If you do, you could be sued. And, you know, I tried to, and they're not even here anymore. I talked to Hillary. Actually, I think I talked to you, Dan, when I was filing a TRO, a temporary restraining order about the healthcare. My contract clearly said they couldn't change the healthcare in the middle of a contract. They did, got the TRO, won the grievance, won the arbitration. So there's reasons things happen the way they think. You have to follow. But I'm saying statutorily, there's a very good challenge here that we all know federal law supersedes state law supersedes local law. State law says you can only intervene with your charter if you have an appointed school committee. And I'm sure you're going to speak to this gentleman afterwards. I've spoken to gentlemen of myself. But again, it's something that's a legal option to take. And I don't think anyone wants to do that. Again, I'm not here to pee on each other, just to give you the facts, to ask you to respect the people. And I don't want this to sound condescending because I'm sure people don't thank you for how hard you work every day. And I'm sure it stinks. Like it's something nasty on Facebook, or that you do this, or you're horrible, you're fat, you're ugly, whatever they say about all of us all the time as elected people. Sometimes just say thank you. So I'm going to say it tonight that I thank these people for ratifying a contract that is less than what you're entitled to. So thank you. And thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Solicitor, did we look into that? That sounds very familiar.
Well,
I know we're just
it was-
over here
I don't
waiting
think it
all
was
the
this
time. but I
specific
think we got
issue.
active on
It
it.
wasn't this specific issue, Mr. President, but as a general rule, if your charter is ratified by the General Assembly, it becomes a
That's what it
special bill that supersedes general law.
Thank you. Councilman Pasco.
One quick comment. Just, I pushed having it to the finance committee because that's a process we put in place that the people wanted us to put in place a while ago, which just looks at contracts and gives the town council recommendation because they focus on financials. That was something that was started by Councilman LeBlanc and then back in the day when they wanted to deep dive into finances. And that's something that's in place in a lot of communities. So my suggestion to go to finance committee doesn't necessarily mean I'm against anything. It just means that I want them to give us a recommendation, an explanation on it. And I agree with you on the school committee having the power to adopt their contract. This was my argument when we had this the first time and I wasn't listened to. I never saw legislation that backed up our charter change like we had to for the 2- and 4-year terms. So I just still don't understand how we can adopt this. It's never been challenged.
Again, context is important. We're here for a reason doing this exercise. So, Councilman Hool.
For you, thank you, Kelly, for that. I think sometimes when I ask questions, it gets misconstrued into not supporting. And I want to make sure that very clear that your job is the most difficult. I don't even want my own children sometime, never mind somebody else's. I get what you do, but me asking questions has nothing to do with the actual person on the other side. You can take the profession out of it for me. It's trying to digest and understand exactly what I'm facing. I've been up here for 3 months and we get thrown packages that are 110, 120 pages. And we're supposed to read it, digest it, understand it, ask questions. And one of the reasons why I don't ask my questions to any department heads ahead of time is because I feel that as a council person, the constituents want to know that I'm asking the questions. And if I ask them on the back end or via email, then my answers are I already have my answers. And then that information doesn't translate here, which is what I feel is important, which is why I don't ask. You know, I've had this even on the town side. Mr. Savetti said, well, you didn't ask me any questions. Well, my response was I don't ask them an email because I want everybody to hear the answers. I don't want to translate it or decipher it. So thank you. Thank you for being professional. I appreciate that.
Councilwoman Capaldi, sorry.
We haven't met, so maybe after we could say hi, that'd be great. Well, I can just speak on my own. JP is a finance whiz. Most of us are not. That's why the financial committee is here to help us. Again, doesn't mean no. Our constituents expect us to ask questions, and sometimes, you know, I think you were saying I don't want to pee on anyone. I think that's what you were saying. I don't know what you were. Okay, okay. I'm like, I think that's what you're saying. I don't want to do that either, but it seems like when we do ask questions, sometimes the people standing at that podium get offended. We're just really asking because we don't know what the heck is going on. You know what I mean? And we got stacks of stuff like this. Takes a lot of time. We got this updated. Where is Don? Thank you for mentioning, you know, when you got up of the new document that didn't have many changes, just kind of updated. But for future, it'd be really cool. Just say, hey guys, there's no major changes, you know, and then then you wouldn't have heard that gossip going on in the background of, oh my God, we have 17 other pages to have to try to read and figure it out. So thank you for stating it up here. To Mr. Pasqua's point, because we want it to be reviewed to help us figure out some things by the finance committee does not mean a no. It's the due process. It's what our constituents would want us to do, because this comes down to tax money. And I think Mr. Savetti's in the back somewhere. I see the increase. It was like 1.1 the first year, a little bit higher the second year. What does that equate to tax dollars? I'm sure it's not too much, but oh yeah, well, I just kind of segueing a little bit.
But these are the, you know,
These are the questions
These are
that
the
we want to try to
questions.
get from the finance committee. We're
Points,
trying to wrap it up.
taken. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
good point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Apologies for the awkward standing. Well, please state your name and address for the record.
Tammy Anderson, 5710 Flat River Road, and I am the president of the SRP, which is the support-related personnel. You are all mostly new, so I don't know if you really know who the SRP are, but we are the ones who do everything behind the scenes. We are the administrative assistants. It's on. Okay, is that better? Okay. We're the administrative assistants, clerks, custodians, nurses who work one-on-one with medically fragile students, drivers who take homeless kids back and forth across different towns to our schools, and custodians, all kinds of other jobs. We are the lowest paid in the town. 2% raise is literally 10 cents to our dollars, nothing. And in comparison to the municipal workers who do the same thing as a similar job as us, are making $5 an hour more. So for our members to amend and ratify 2%, you know, is a lot. And I am hopeful that you guys all can come together, because we've always feel like we're the last ones, and we're always, you know, the ones who never get looked at. Our last contract right now was ratified at 9 o'clock the night it was expiring. So it was very stressful. And we need to get things done in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Bradford Maris, 360 Hope Furnace Road. I know I was mentioned about a post I made. It was out of extreme frustration since the contract issue had been in front of this body. I know not all of you have been here this entire time for 6 months with no action. I know it's going to be going to the finance committee now. That maybe could have been done before tonight. When is the next time they are meeting, and when is the earliest this could be back before you? All right, so it'll be more in time. Thanks you.
Yes, because much like you guys, we also have responsibilities and things we would like to dictate. So it's not just a one-way thing. We know you are impatient about it. You want to push on it. We understand that. We still want to do our due diligence. That it may be as long as it takes. However, we've got 36,000 residents. We all respect you. We're trying to be respectable. We'd like to look at things more. If you want to take that as a no, I think that's misguided. I don't go out of my way to inherit other people's enemies. So we are all here to take a fresh start. If you want to, continue to make it adversarial, it's just, I'm not going to get into it. There's no need. Finance, numbers, decisions like that. That's just the way I look at it. So the political posturing and the rest of the BS just doesn't get us anywhere. I make a commitment that we will have that meeting as soon as possible. We meet quite frequently on this council. In fact, I can't stand to be around these people any more than I already am, believe me. But I will make every effort to get this finance committee going, to be vetted. We will invite you here. We can come up with questions just to demonstrate that this is truly, focused on finance and not on emotion. Anybody else in the room would like to come up? Come on up. State your name and address.
Hillary Nickus, Coventry Youth Alliance, 3 Hazel Street. Just a quick question. Do you have a finance committee now? Is it formed with members that are approved by you?
Yeah.
And you just don't have a regular meeting schedule yet?
No.
But you just committed you will get a meeting? Great. Just needed to know. Thank you. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Oh, I don't know who this guy is. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Bob Savetti, Finance Director. I just want to address comment that's been made several times about the information being available to the council or to the town. So we did receive the information, back in July, but at that time, and I'm sure Mr. DeVerna, the school finance director, can attest to it, we had no idea where we stood financially, right? Throughout the last year, we've been meeting with the Auditor General on a monthly basis. And during that time, we went from the school was running a deficit last year of a few $100,000 to break even to maybe a surplus of the $140,000 we had. And as you see, the final results is approximately a surplus of $1.3 million. So to try to review a proposed contract when we had no idea where we stood financially was my decision. Town manager asked me several times. I told him I just didn't think it was appropriate. I thought we should get the financial results, which we just received in mid-December. We received the final information, our final draft financial statement, which we're going through right now, should be issued within the next couple of weeks. So again, that's the reason it was held up. So if folks want to blame anybody, don't blame the council. They can blame me.
No. Laying on your sword. Thank you.
Again,
I was
the
trying to
information-
make that, you said it better than I did, but the information was evolving. We had recommendations. It wasn't a political posturing session. It was due diligence for the 36,000 residents type of
I
decision.
don't think it would have been appropriate to, provide an opinion, say, yes, we can afford this contract, and then find out we have a deficit much higher, much lower. My thought is, and I'll stand by the 5-year projection we presented at the last meeting, I think this deficit, especially with the information that we just finalized in the audit, should be able to be paid off within the next 3 years. And we can go through that in the Finance Committee in more detail, why I think that is. I would hope that the Finance Committee would, we could invite Mr. DeVerna to attend because he has very detailed Excel spreadsheets, as you probably saw in the links, and it'd be a lot easier for him to walk you through some of those spreadsheets than myself, but I would certainly give you, my feedback, which I was prepared to do this evening, but we can do that in Finance Committee, all right?
No, thank you very much for clarifying and appreciate it. Anyone else in the room before we go to Zoom? Good evening.
Good evening,
Good
council
evening.
members, Mr. President. Just a couple of quick
Oh,
comments.
just
My
need,
name is John Cambio, live at 3 Elmwood Court, Coventry. The current leadership of our school and finance department in particular have over the last 3 years made some real difficult decisions, but instead of kicking the can down the road, they decided to deal with the deficits, the budget overruns. They decided to tackle it, and I think that's where real leadership is expressed, when something's dealt with and not just kicked down the road. I would be remiss in not acknowledging our CTA leadership because they basically partnered with us and helping to address the issues that we were facing. And the result is that next year we can see an actual budget surplus as well as all budget audits being up to date. 3 years of audits up to date in a year and a half. I think that's good work that's being done. In addition, the Rhode Island Office of Auditor General has expressed more than once that it's very pleased with the progress that's been made and is looking forward to our continuing on the path of a fiscally sound future. I looked at their letter today. Back in October, we believe that Coventry has made significant progress, and we hope that the momentum gained over the last year or so will continue. So I really don't feel that this is any time for efforts to derail or muddy up or slow up the process. I don't think there's any time for that. I understand the whole council wasn't in place when you guys had these numbers back in July. I understand that. What I really don't understand that Ms. Aronakis made clear to us is why this council is even voting on something that the Rhode Island state law says lies in the hands of the school committee. So the school committee and the teachers union hammered out a contract. We ratified the contract. And what I think you said, Mr. Pasco, was this kind of like a ceremonial vote. Well, whatever it is, be that as it may, for whatever reason you feel you need to vote to ratify this contract, I respectfully urge you to ratify a contract that's already been ratified. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in council chambers want to speak on the docketed items? Cody or anybody on Zoom? Nobody on Zoom. All right, we'll move on with the agenda. Matters for public hearing. So I'll take a motion to open public hearing. Motion's been made and seconded to open matters of public hearing. All those in favor, signify by aye. Any nays? So be it. Matters of public hearing.
All right. Oh, all right. Let's give everybody a second to move around a little.
Nothing I would say to his face. Me, I got you back.
9 o'clock reminder, we're still working. All right, back on the agenda, we are on public hearing. We've got ordinance 2523. Mr. Town Manager, do you want to start or?
I'm gonna turn it over to Doug.
All right.
Basically, this is the second reading, public comment, public hearing on the ordinance that was initiated last month. We're just ready to move forward on it. Obviously, as the council knows, the Coventry voters have decided that retail cannabis is something they want. So it's our responsibility to put an ordinance in effect that sets those guidelines for those applicants to move forward with. We had a meeting with the Cannabis Control Commission and the governor's office over the last week. And supposedly we had 6 applications for our particular zone, which covers Coventry, West Greenwich, West Warwick, and Forster. They're going to be sending over those applications that do come, are trying to get something here done in Coventry. And it'll be up to the Planning Commission to make sure that those applications fit within our ordinance. So tonight's very important to make sure that the council understands the parameters of the ordinance and make sure they feel comfortable with it moving forward.
I'll keep my comments very brief. This is Doug McLean, Planning Director. This is a petition.
Marcus, would you? Oh, thank you.
This is a petition that was made by Joseph Bruce of Permaculture. So this is an outside petition, although it is accomplishing some goals that the town's seeking to make. I think the town voters have established that they wanted to see the town move forward with some form of ordinance. I don't want to get into the details, the nuts and bolts of it. I'm happy to answer questions, but essentially, I know Mr. Bruce is here. I also know there's parties that are interested in commenting on it. Some of them are interested in potential amendments to the ordinance. You've received some public comments on that as well to accomplish opening up opportunities for other areas or other sites. So I'm gonna leave it there. If you have any initial questions for me, and I'm available as a resource through the whole hearing.
So just for clarification purposes, although you did just summarize it, the ordinance as it stands tonight is up for a vote to become final?
Correct. Yeah, this hearing and the vote tonight, I believe, is your final action to establish this as law.
And then there is a discussion of amending that before we make it?
I would suggest during the public comment period of this hearing, I think you'll likely be hearing from other parties about potential minor changes to this that would open up opportunities for other interested parties. And I think you'll have an opportunity to have a discussion during the public comment back and forth, and then any questions you have from me throughout, happy to answer.
And then, Mr. Solicitor, would we treat this as something we amend and then pass, or just rules wise?
Mr. President, that's what you would do, but I'm depending on how substantive the amendments are, if they're too substantive, my recommendation is always to continue to get a clean draft in front of you.
Gotcha.
But you'll have to play that by. Will that mess up the timeline?
Interesting. Great question. So is that going to affect the timeline of when we need to have this passed by?
Well, it will
It's going to
actually,
be.
but
No, this way we
you
have.
have to have a special meeting. We'll have a special meeting. I think you can make sure that you've had others.
Councilman Hool.
If I read through this, so if the proposed amendments that are about to come before us get voted on and we move this all forward, even though there's, a few amendments, as long as it stays with what we were already notified of, I think we could still within that timeline, that time frame. I think what you're advising is if it starts going off the rails and we start zigzagging versus kind of a straight highway. Understood. Thank you.
How could that ever happen on this council? Councilwoman Capaldi.
Can't we just vote contingent upon the changes made in, okay.
Councilwoman, again, I shouldn't have weighed in. You can
Join the
make
club.
any amendments you want as a result of public comments tonight. And then you can, if those amendments are made, voted on and approved, then you can move the amended document as amended, right?
Okay.
But all I was saying is if they were substantively.
Right. We're
substantially
getting ahead of
changed.
ourselves again. But thank you. It's a good thought. A good thought. All right. All right. So we are in our public hearing. Did we do that? Did we take a motion yet to open the public hearing? Okay. No, we're good on that. I would invite anybody up from the public who would like to speak on this. Please come up, make sure the microphone is green, If you're incredibly much taller than me, make sure the microphone is near you.
I'm not that tall.
And state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Joe Bruce. I live at 696 Providence Street, West Warwick. So not too aware of what the potential changes will be, so I'm just going to speak to the ordinance as is. So why general business? One of the main things is that GB is the only zone that's presented. It's located on the major roads that are already built for the retail traffic. Less residential intermixing than some of the industrial zones. We saw that in other conservative towns, they went for industrial zones, but in Coventry, with the way that it's set up, it seems as if there's more residential impact there, potentially. So no residential village or mixed use districts allowed in the current ordinance. And it keeps the activity where the infrastructure already exists for this, heavy retail use. There are very conservative separation in buffers. So 500 feet from any schools, parks, libraries, youth centers, houses of worship, treatment facilities, athletic fields, 200 feet from any residential zoning district, 100 feet from any residential structure in any zone, so regardless of the zone, a 10-foot evergreen vegetative buffer where residential abutters exist. And so these layered setbacks exceed many of Rhode Island's communities, the rules that are already in place, as you see. So the operational controls, a lot of people have questions over, or pertaining to, how certain things are tracked, monitored. The smell is a big one, a big question that comes up a lot. So this is going to be indoor sales only, with required odor control, no drive-throughs on this ordinance. No outdoor sales, no outdoor displays, hours limited to 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., which is very conservative. If you look at all the other dispensaries in the state right now, that would be the most limited hours of operation. State police level security, proof required at the building permit phase. And the state police level security, that has more to do with even just like the state's requirement. The state has very stringent requirements as well. So then annual inspections by local officials, and then fully shielded lighting, no spillover onto the neighbors, which is, common in some of the other towns as well. So for the site standards, 20,000 square foot minimum lot size, larger than Cranston, balance when you compare it to Narragansett's rules, 5.5 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet, higher than typical retail standards. And then the signage is limited to liquor store standards, so no billboards, very similar to how liquor is treated in the town of Coventry. So we tried to be conservative in this case, particularly because we know there isn't a lot of time for, a lot of back and forth with it, just in terms of what the state has given us in terms of time frame to apply for the license. So where we chose the most restrictive options, earlier closing, like I mentioned, the dual residential setbacks for the zone and the structure, regardless of zoning, the evergreen buffering, the no drive-through model, some of these things we can request down the road once we've proven that this is a great addition to the town. Obviously what we're talking about right now is nowhere near as important as what you guys just talked about for a couple hours. And so the 3% excise tax quarterly to the town, hopefully that can help in some way, So I think that I'll end it there. If you guys have any questions, I've been in the industry a very long time. This is what I've done for the past 8 years of my life. So, some of the simple questions I think a lot of people have, like I said, come back to the smell. Everything we're getting is pre-packaged. Most of the times it's heat sealed, right? This is very different than a production facility, which is not in the ordinance, right? So everything that's gonna enter that door is gonna be sealed. You really, I tell the story all the time of customers who walk in for the first time, they're like, "Oh, it smells good in here." But had it smelled outside, they wouldn't say that. Right? It's very rare that you're walking by the dispensary and you smell something. So I'll leave it at that. I'll wrap it at that. I appreciate your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
No, thank you. I mean, one of the questions I got when people saw this on the agenda, odor control, I'm picturing a bunch of dryer sheets. Apparently we're beyond that right now.
We're so far beyond that. Love it.
So it's just the way it's pre-sealed. Yeah. Okay. No, that was just something we heard a lot of. Anybody else with Questions, comments?
Thank you.
Kind of wish you were open right now.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, you know, and there's no consumption on the property. Even like our license is potentially going to be taken away from this by the state if we allow people to consume on the property, right? This is not for consumption either. We are incentivized to, we are incentivized to police that 100% for our neighbors, but also to protect our license. Any, not just us, but any retail cannabis establishment would be incentivized to do so.
no, new topic. We're cutting edge here, so this is helpful. Councilman?
Notice in here that drive-through is not permitted. I know that parking with some of these shops that pop up seems to be problematic. It's a large draw, new shiny thing, new object. You've got, what, 20 parking spaces? Would drive-through alleviate some of that? Would that be something that we should allow to get people in and out faster? Does anybody have drive-through in Rhode Island?
There are a couple of drive-throughs. Yep, Mother Earth has a drive-through. I think there may be two, but there's a dispensary in Warwick, but no drive-through if I'm not mistaken. Mother Earth may be the only drive-through current. And so when it comes to drive-through, it's something that, yeah, if it makes sense for us, we'd like to try, and it's something we can come to the town and ask for once we're operational, but we're okay starting this in a very conservative way that your constituents are comfortable with, and we scale up over time. We're fine with that. Wow, I didn't do that on purpose, I promise. I promise.
Councilwoman Capaldi.
Do the lot sizes in regards to your shop with a drive-through be similar to coffee? Like you need to have like 2 acres to have a drive. So I'm just trying, if you do want to do that in the future, you should keep your mind on where your shop is going. 'Cause do you have a place? I'm sorry, am I missing the?
So we have a couple of places in mind, however,
It may not be. Yeah. You keep that in mind though, because I know well, we have our zoning guy right here. What's the lot size you need to say to have like a drive-through for a Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts?
It's a good question. I was just looking into it. I believe off the top of my head, it's 20,000, but I was just looking into that. We do have a subsection of code on drive-through that's probably worth taking a look at and cross-referencing. Mr. Bruce had a few conversations with me as he was developing this, and we were supportive of him starting with a conservative approach. There's nothing that says that we can't come back and revisit for further amendments to this code. My suggestion would be at the first flush as a drive-through might take just a little more time to really do it correctly and make sure how do our current code on drive-through mix with this use and its regulatory framework.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if there was different rules.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, okay.
We do have several rules on any drive-through in town, and so we'd want to make sure we understand that and how it relates to this, and if there's any issues with this use's specific code and then general drive-through code.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Along those same lines, delivery?
Delivery is not something that we've included in the ordinance.
Okay, it's not in the current draft. Okay.
And I don't think that would be a zoning constraint.
Yeah, interesting.
For example, Uber Eats, that's not something that the zoning tells us someone can or can't do. It's not a land use on a specific piece of property. I'd say it's a service that may be a licensing issue, not necessarily a zoning enforcement issue. That's my first reaction to it.
No, interesting. Nope. Good.
Because Uber Eats will pick up alcohol, right? Sorry.
I don't know nothing. Councilman Pasqua.
So the only thing I just want to be careful of, and this is something Solicitor Gliozzi can weigh in on it if needed. Just want to be careful we're not talking about this ordinance in a way that we're building it for a person, because we're not. This is just a generalized ordinance that will put framework together for people to do business in our community, and it's not focused on any one particular company or person or anything. So.
To your point, Councilman Pasqua, actually the potential amendment that's in front of us actually makes it more, it opens it up. Was my understanding from when I spoke to the director of planning. I inquired about that. You know, what are these changes and what does it look like and what does it do for potential competition for the town to ensure the town of Coventry is getting the best deal? So good point, but I just wanted to clarify that. And thank you for coming forward. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Listen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Good info. Couple jokes. That was good. Anybody else in chambers on this matter? Please come on up. Make sure that light is green, as is the theme right now. And name and address for the record, please.
Matthew Smith, 60 Herder Street, North Providence, Rhode Island. I'm just speaking on this matter, again, with my experience being longstanding in Rhode Island. You had brought up drive-through. I actually innovated the first drive-through in Rhode Island in 2019 when COVID had, 2020, when COVID had first arisen. It did, for a very dense area in Providence at the first dispensary, it did help relieve a lot of that anxiety when it was done correctly. And I think it would work in a town like this. Again, when we put those procedures in place, we did review it over, very diligent process to make sure that it was innovated correctly. Some stores you see now in Pawtucket, they do operate more like a fast food drive-through. And in other situations, we had more intimate ones to find a happy sweet spot, and all of this would be nice. Not to say we have to, boat over to push drive-through, but to get this through on a conservative state, I just wanted to give a little background to it, that you do have people that have innovated it on a state level. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, this is all new, so it's all good to know. Love the cultivation of thoughts here. Anybody else in the room? I'm just going to keep going, guys.
Good evening, members of the council. Attorney Dana Ardente for the record. I represent the Royale Group LTD, who will be one of the applicants in the town of Coventry. We support the ordinance as it's proposed currently. The one amendment that we wanted to discuss potentially implementing or introducing to the council tonight is section 255-9100A1K provides that no cannabis retail use shall be located within 500 feet of the land uses listed below, and section K is places of religious worship. Just to give the council some background, I understand that the council has probably already read the proposed amendment, but the rest of the categories of land use that are restricted to 500 feet are schools, commercial daycare facilities, libraries, playgrounds, substance abuse treatment facilities, halfway houses, youth centers, et cetera, et cetera. Regarding the restriction of distance from a religious worship facility, that doesn't serve to advance the protection that the other categories of uses serve to protect, and that's children and people with substance abuse issues or people recovering from substance abuse. That's not a concern with the places of religious worship. Truthfully, I think it's probably been thrown in here just as kind of a placeholder that's been in other towns' ordinances. But there really is no reasonable relationship to the restriction of 500 feet in a religious worship facility. It's not serving to protect any sensitive class of people, such as children or people with substance abuse issues. In full disclosure, the applicant is looking at a location right now at 1026 Tioga Avenue, which is currently within 500 feet of a religious worship facility. So we would propose as council that, just in the spirit of legislating ordinances to meet the goals that the town has, realistically, I don't know that it's necessary for there to be any distance from the church, but I think since this is a new use, since the town is getting used to this new use and as a trial run, I think 200 feet would be appropriate in this situation for places of religious worship only. And I took note while the council was speaking earlier. There are kind of two different amendments that the town could do. I don't know if the members have a copy of the ordinance with them, but they could either make a whole new subsection, which would be subsection 2, which provides no cannabis retail use shall be located within 200 feet of any places of religious worship, or they could amend the current section 2, which currently provides no cannabis retail use shall be located within 200 feet from any residential zoning district. And then the amendment would be or a place of religious worship. So those are the two options if the council were to agree.
All right, very good. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like full house construction right now.
Additionally, too, if the council would prefer to hear from our security consultant, Darren Delaney, he'd be happy to come up and speak as well.
Yeah, and just while we've got town planner here, just curious as to do we take into account with other industries what the actual impact is on the people near it? So, for instance, what noise, things like that. You'd have to, if you have that kind of a business, you couldn't be near a church either, I'm assuming. Or, is there, how does that? What's the general rule of how we determine distances, to and from?
The quick answer is that this is a unique use. There's a lot of new ordinances around the state. A lot of them are adopting this, and I think it's because there's a conservative approach as we introduce this use that people want to make sure they're covering their bases. I don't think there's any other use we have in Coventry Code that has a distance from places of religious worship. We have some uses that have distance from residential. That is something this code has as well. But this is it's an approach that has been adopted, I think, from other communities. I think that it's they're trying to take a conservative posture, so they're working with what they had. Truth be told, I don't know if this. I think that there's some legitimacy behind what he said, which is I don't know if this particular use really meets the same category as the others that we were seeking to protect, children and people with substance abuse. Yeah, places of worship feels like it was thrown in there because it's been someone else's code. And I mean, sometimes that's safe way to handle code. In this case, I don't have a particular concern with that land use and reducing the separation distance from a planning perspective. Everything that's in front of you is a policy decision of the council.
We got a lot of interest up here. One quick question while we're on that topic, though. Do we care what the use is within that building? For instance, if that church hosts events with kids, or if they hold an AA meeting there, would that get us under the substance abuse?
They do host things with kids because the school.
So ultimately, when you read this, some of the things that are in here, you can imagine a youth center is listed as one of the uses. A youth center is broadly a place where youth can gather. I don't think that means that every location that might have an event where youth can gather equates to a youth center. I think, you could have a particular property could be a private business. It could be a retail store, and they have, could be a restaurant that has free ice cream for Kids Day. That doesn't mean we would seek a separation distance from all restaurants.
Yeah,
I
they
think,
do sell a lot of things outside the liquor store, like Girl Scout cookies and wreaths.
So-
Will make you feel guilty.
Yeah. I mean, truth be told, I do think this is approaching,
Interesting.
this is new use in the
Yeah.
state, so that people are approaching it with a very structured way. I think if you would take a step back and think about what is the use, and maybe fast forward 10 years, I think it's going to look and act similar more to like a liquor store than it will be to this highly structured approach.
Gotcha.
And I think the biggest land use impact from this use is traffic. You just want to have it in a place where they can handle traffic.
Especially if it's going really slow.
Yeah.
Councilman Pasqua?
I think the amendment for the places of worship is no issue. I don't have an issue with that. I would be in favor of that. But when it comes to St. John and Paul, the only question I have though is if somebody's looking to go there, there is a school there. Will they also get jammed up because there's a school on the property?
It does, the term that they use in the code is a school property. It doesn't necessarily say public school property. I would probably again, I'd need a moment to reflect on that and not just give a zoning interpretation on the spot, but I'd say we're probably looking at what is the primary use of the property? If this is a place of worship that has an occasional school, maybe not.
It's a full-time school.
If it's a full-time school, then I'd have to say
Just
school,
be in the back.
school, well,
the back.
school property, you know, it talks about the entirety of the property. These are difficult things to give.
So
zoning
can't we just
interpretation.
make the distance 300
I
feet
just think it's-
or 200 feet and we're
That's
clear?
that's what we're discussing.
might have an answer right
It's
now.
just
Hold
make a
on, we
motion.
got a guy over here.
Ernest Nautilillo, 84
not what-
Coventry Drive. Yeah, so the school is more than 500 feet. It's just a church that is, it's like 280 or 300 feet.
Okay.
So that's
Well,
why we
let's
were
make it
asking for the
200.
200 for the school. I mean, for the,
Go for it.
the place of worship. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right.
Yeah, close that up.
That clears that.
Yeah, just to go back again, that was, you said 280, 300 feet, something like that away? Okay.
Almost 300.
Sorry about that. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Darren Delaney. I live at 55 Narragansett Ave, West Warwick, although I was a former Coventry resident as of 6 months ago. I retired from the Rhode Island State Police as a captain of the command staff. Since then, I've done numerous consulting under my LLC for businesses doing assessments, but also lately for cannabis industry. I was involved in it when it was first medical marijuana in the state, and then subsequently, when the law was passed in 2022, have done numerous assessments and vulnerability assessments for cannabis places throughout Rhode Island and Massachusetts. My specific role in this, sure, sorry about that. And I mumble, and I have a bad Boston accent. So my specific role in this would be to do the overall vulnerability assessment and also make sure we're in compliant with the new Cannabis Control Commission's Title 50, Chapter 10 rules and regulations, which basically call for minimum security requirements, which involve everything from lighting to camera systems to alarms to security to traffic issues. And I obviously, based on my law enforcement experience, I would coordinate with the local law enforcement jurisdictions as well as the state police and the Cannabis Commission, Control Commission, to make sure that we are up to snuff on all the rules and regulations under that Cannabis Act. I mean, the Act calls for minimum security requirements, and I can assure you that all the assessments I've done in Rhode Island and Massachusetts far exceed the minimal requirements. I've often sat down with chiefs of police in different towns and sat down and said, what do you want to see in the security plan? What's going to make you more comfortable? And we work together on it, as we have when I was on the state police. I've had an opportunity to look at this location at 1026 Tioga Ave, and to me, it's a great opportunity for the town because it's not going to be a major traffic impediment there. And somebody, I'm sorry, brought up the fact that when a new place opens up, you know, it's a shiny new toy, everybody shows up. And we've done studies on that as well. And you're right. Initially, you know, there would be a lot of traffic, but we would work obviously with the town police department to have traffic control in place and to deal with the subsequent issues of the traffic. And as somebody else had mentioned before, you know, security is obviously a big concern for the town and the citizens. And I assure you, we will address all those issues. Is there any other questions?
No, again, as I've said to everyone, thank you. It's new to us, so any things we haven't thought of is very helpful. I think just for us up here, we had this issue and we thought this would happen at Baja's. Similar kind of spot on Tioga, and we thought, you know, traffic would be crazy there. So, you know, just something for you guys to consider because that was something people were worried about then, but balancing that with the business friendly environment we want to encourage. So perhaps an opportunity for Baja's and a potential location here to get together. Anything else? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Councilman Hu.
I'd like to make a motion, but if we're ready for that, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding this. Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, good evening.
Well, I read through the whole.
Oh, we just need your name and
whole
address.
Agenda jacket and everything.
Name and address for the record, sorry.
Jason Nunes,
Thank you.
Fourview Road. This is new with all the zoning and everything, the criteria around this. Why couldn't it just be associated versus alcohol? Because this is basically the same road it's gonna go down. It'll eventually be phased into legalizing. As far as like the worship, schools, what's no different than the alcohol? Now, I know that reading through it, the final approval has to be March 1st. Okay, to get all your intention, the town of Exeter in the year 2024 got over $82,000 for the year. The year 2025, they got $104,000 for the year, and it's paid out quarterly to the town. You just had a whole bunch of people looking for more money. This could help.
No, thank you. Thank you.
One way.
Yes, could help everyone in town, one way or another. Yeah. Anybody else? Want to come up again?
Yeah.
All right.
One more point.
Just getting that microphone. I need your name and address for the record again. Sorry.
Joe Bruce, 696 Providence Street, West Warwick. I think you can tell we wanted to be as conservative as possible. If the council is open to drive-through and it's not something that would delay this matter, you know, to the point that would make this not possible, that's something we'd like to add back in there.
No, we can appreciate that. Just as far as order of operations goes, Mr. Solicitor, you know, so it doesn't have to necessarily be drive-through, but any other component of this, you know, as we go through this, we want to pass the resolution with as little amendments as possible. And now that we got the door open, we can continue as a town to amend this as long as we don't run afoul of state. Yeah.
I agree. And with regard to the drive-through, I think that piece of code should come as an amendment later on, I think, not
Okay.
tonight.
More.
Now, just so that we can make sure you got your arms around it. The minor amendment that was suggested is something we could make tonight.
Gotcha.
And then you could move it
Okay.
as amended with that minor amendment and then address the drive-through, unless Councilman Dowling wants it to be all in one. I mean, we're trying to get our hands on the drive-through language and we just don't, it's not gonna, we're gonna need time, then we're gonna need you to take a break.
Yeah, no,
If you
no,
wanna do
yeah,
that
we
tonight.
got till.
I don't want the break, but also it sounds like it's more complex than just saying yes and putting drive-through in. So thank you for the guidance.
Yeah.
We'll wait. We can amend later if we need to.
And then just to remind the council, we're up against our 10 o'clock. So we will need a motion and then an amendment motion and all that stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for the reminder. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to be let in for public comment. All right. I guess we'll pass it.
Make a motion to
Make a
close
mo-
public hearing.
Motion and a second to close the hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, ayes have it. Do you want to make a motion?
Yes, but I also want to get some clarification from legal. So just to make sure that I'm understanding this, so I say it correctly, we have in front of us ordinance number 2025-23, which under section 2, according to, sorry, your name, attorney Ardente mentioned that section 2, there is 2 of them, line 52, and I also see a section 2 under line 69. I'm just asking which one I am, because section 2 under line 52 of the ordinance already states that no cannabis retail use shall be located within 200 feet. We're just stating that we're gonna take, my motion is gonna be to move forward on ordinance number 2025-23, amending line 52, which is section 2, to state that cannabis retail use shall be located. Am I understanding that correctly? Within a 200 feet from a residential zoning district.
That is one of the 2 ways to do it.
Yeah.
It's because this already says it. That's why I'm confused.
I think you're just going to add the place of worship to 2.
So I'm just adding in
Remove
addition
K and add that to 2, I think.
as, so
The choices would be, on line 52, would be amended to add,
include,
include places of worship. So it'd be, they would, retail use shall be located with no cannabis retail use shall be located within 200 feet from a residential zoning district or places of religious worship.
Understood. Thank you.
And then you would make a motion to strike line 50. So there'd be 2 motions. Motion to strike line 50.
Are you ready for a motion? I make a motion to approve ordinance resolution 2025-23. And with that motion, we are going to remove.
You made a motion to move it, and I don't think it's been moved and seconded
Oh,
on the
yeah,
main
yeah.
motion. So now you need a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Oh,
Yep, no, you're fine.
okay. Come on now.
And
we
now
ju-
you need a motion to amend.
I'm going to make a motion to amend ordinance resolution 2025-23. The amendments are going to be the removal of line 50, section. Well, I have to tell you what remove the places of religious worship. And on line 52, section 2, I am going to add that no cannabis retail use shall be located within 200 feet from a residential zoning district or a place of worship.
And that rolls into line 53 as well.
Correct.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Councilman Hu. We have a second from Councilwoman Capaldi. Any discussion on the amendment? All right. Do we need a roll call on the amendment? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Ayes have it. The amendment passes. We are now back on the ordinance as amended. All right.
I'll make that motion.
Motion from Vice President
second.
Brown, second from Councilman Hool on the amended version of the ordinance. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. All right. Thank you all. That was a good discussion I made. Yeah.
No breakfast. No chowder. Nothing.
Those samples.
Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
You go.
All right, guys.
We're almost done.
I don't know, bud.
I make a motion to.
All right, we're back on the agenda. Item number 5, licenses. Do we have any update? We see here that all requirements, I'll do it. Thank you all. We're back on the agenda. Item number 5, firearms license. We see here all requirements have been met. I will entertain a motion to take this as a block.
I'll make a motion to approve Hawkins Machine Company, Midstate Gun Company, Rhode Island Gun Works and Trading Post LLC, along with Shadow LLC Tactical for the renewal of the firearms license.
We have a motion and a second to take as a block. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, ayes have it. Now we're back on the vote itself. We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to renew the firearms licenses for all companies in the block.
I second that.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Next up, election and or appointment of town officials. We've got 2 before us tonight. Are those folks here and want to come forward?
Sorry for making you wait.
Yeah, you caught a good one tonight. Yeah. This is the energy we need. Please introduce yourself. And yes, name and address for the record, please.
button, yep. There you go.
Robin Petraka, 105 Hopkins Hollow Road, Green. And I'm here for the library board position. So you have my application. You might have seen, I knew all these people that were here. They're all very dear friends that I have known for a very long time. And I've worked with, I was a teacher. I retired just this past June.
Oh, wow.
Thank
Wow.
you. And I turned 70 in December.
Come on.
So,
Good for you.
and prior to that, I had worked 20 plus years at Kent County Hospital as a medical transcriptionist, and I thought about being a nurse and took a big turn. Had lots and lots of classes, and so went back to education, and I've had a very fulfilling career. Very dear friends made. I saw some of my students here tonight. It was excellent. So I am also a member of the Green Library Board and have been for many, many years. I live close enough that I can walk to the library. And I am a lifelong resident of Coventry and Rhode Island, born at Kent County Hospital. And I went to Western Coventry School. My children went to Western Coventry School. My grandmother, Abby Underwood, was original teacher there when they first opened, going from the one-room schoolhouse. And her very first job when she graduated from Rhode Island College of Education was at the Green School. And she had my father in that very first class. So, and when teachers used to have to retire when they were 65. And she was 4'11" and be on a griddle, to quote her. She could not stop ever, and she knew that she'd have to retire, but she was not ready for that. So she went back to school at URI and got her library certificate, and she became the first school librarian in Coventry. And she would take boxes of books in her car and go to the different schools. She'd go to the old Harris School. I don't know if any people, nobody's old enough to know that. The old Harris School, it's not there anymore, burned down. And then the Blackrock School replaced it. I think she even went there too. And she was when she was the first librarian at Western Coventry. So when she retired, then she worked at the Summit Library and the Green Library, and the children's section is named after her. So the position that I would be taking is the position that's been held by my cousin Glenn, who is 5 years younger than me, but he's just retired this year too. And he is going to be a snowbird now, so he'll be off to Florida and back. But we are both, he's the president of the board at the Green Library. So we are dedicated to the town and to the library. And I hope you'd accept me for the position on the board. If you have questions, I'll answer them.
You are absolutely a town treasure and a delight. So thank you on this crazy night we had. We definitely appreciate that, Councilman.
Thank you. I am truly dedicated. And I have to say, when I come into the meetings, I feel guilty. As a teacher, I would come when there'd be something important you have to vote on. And I know I should be here more often. I should be sitting here and listening and be more on, and I should. I am apologizing for not being here more. But anyway, I do try to be dedicated and responsible. And so that's what I promise to offer.
Yeah.
And
bless
I
you.
thank Lauren for sitting here and waiting with me all this time.
She's very nice too. We have some great people here, and we really do appreciate it, especially
Definitely.
these days.
In all my years, I've ended my career from 2003 until this past year teaching at Western Coventry, and that's where I was hired to. But I did work at Washington Oak when it was across the road.
Yeah.
And then 1 year when it moved up to the new position on Reed Schoolhouse. But I taught fourth grade then. And my students, I had students that were very concerned about recycling and why isn't there more recycling? And they wrote letters, and we walked across the street, and we had meetings with town representatives, so the things that you do are very important jobs. And the children and the adults need to know all the things that you do and be drawn into it. My kids were so, it was so important to them that we get recycling in the town of Coventry. And they wrote letters and appeals, and we have recycling now. I don't know whether it happened because of my students, but they were actively working to be, Americans, good Americans.
Very nice. And we just thank you so much. Did Councilman Hull?
I just, as a history fan and as someone who's only been in Coventry 5 years, I appreciated the history that you sent in with your application. It was really kind of cool to see and to hear. Thank you for getting involved. I think she's doing a great job at the library. I think it's going to be an awesome asset. I'll let Councilman Brown handle that.
Vice President
I
Brown.
make a motion to appoint Robin Petrarca to the Coventry Library Board of Trustees.
Second.
Totally, yeah.
All right. Motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
You all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Well.
Yes, I'm sure we will eventually.
So the next appointment in front of the council is for the tree warden. Every year, the town needs to appoint a tree warden. Mr. Marcotte has been the tree warden for about 15 years, and we're looking to reappoint him in that role.
All right.
I make a motion to approve.
We have
Second.
a motion second. Any discussion?
The only discussion that I had, and I'll keep it brief, is this is the first time that I even understood or heard of what a tree warden did or didn't do in this town. And I did reach out to the town manager to ask, because according to the charter, there is some pay structure that is involved with the tree warden. To my understanding is that the tree warden has never been paid, and the town of Coventry has never collected the $8 application fee for any tree pruning that may need to be done. Just wanted to clarify that because I was an education portion on. So again, it's like the charter says something and it's brief. Thank you. I make a motion to stands.
Relatively brief. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations to our tree warden. All right.
Start getting your $4.
Yeah.
Because then we get $4.
Do we? Oh, we have Doug's big night. Do we need a vote now to extend after 10?
Doug can get it done in 6 minutes. Pressure's on.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Yeah, we got resolutions too.
I make a motion that we extend the council meeting by 1/2 hour.
Who's seconding that?
Someone's gonna.
Second.
There you go. Nate.
Good. Oh, we have a first and a second discussion. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Can we move this to another meeting? No?
We got this.
Okay.
My kids texting.
Yeah, we just need all those in favor of extending the meeting. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We'll go for another half an hour till 10:30 when we'll require another vote or we will leave. Go ahead, Mr. McLean.
Thank you. Doug McLean, Planning Director. I'll be very quick. I have a few items under the director's report. With your permission, I'd like to, the first one is the budget discussion. With your permission, I'd like to handle them out of order. I don't think you need a motion for me just to do those.
Please proceed. The solicitor's not.
So to begin, in your packet, you have a very brief 2-page memo on the Community Development Block Grant Program. I'm not going to take any time to belabor any of the points. I'd just like to say, when I came on board with Dan, we both agreed now was the time to bring Coventry back into the CDBG program. It had been 6 or 7 years with us being dormant. Since that point, we've brought in over $2 million of funding for housing development, for housing rehabilitation, some small grants to help people with their housing issues, service providers. It's been great. That's all I'm going to say on that, unless there's any questions on that item. You're always welcome to reach out to me individually. I would like to note Jerry Manning who was here for a little while, couldn't stay the whole night. She's our CDBG manager. Her contact information is on there. She does a great job administrating that program. It's been a big boost for the community. That's it for me on that. Next, I'd like to talk about a report you got in terms of a housing needs survey that the planning department administrated. This is a summary report. We had a good response rate. This was a big work effort of our department. Our housing planner, who is actually a grant-funded planner, Dennis is in the audience. He took on the bulk of this work, very successful. A lot of effort to make sure it got out there. We got great responses. 353 people responded. That is a pretty significant statistical percentage, and we do have reliable, good data. Generally, a lot of the folks, it's not a big surprise. There's concerns about housing affordability and availability in the town. And I'm going to leave it at that. There's a lot more data in here, pages and pages. This document, after we produced it and introduced it for your review first, our goal is to put this as a accessible web PDF document on the town website through the planning department. It'll be a document that staff will reflect on in terms of how we develop any initiatives or policies moving forward. It might help guide that, including comprehensive plan stuff. Any questions on this one?
Just wondering if, does that information get incorporated into your other agenda item of the comp plan?
No, the other item on the comp plan, Dan asked me to just be available for questions.
Oh, no, I meant just the survey results get incorporated, sorry.
The survey results will be incorporated as part of a rewrite of the housing element of the comp plan. So yeah, it will, and it will inform us of other policy decisions. It's a good document to give us a temperature check of the community.
As a caveat too, I did send the council that study that Rowland Housing did regarding the old elementary school. So the state is looking to reuse and repurpose these schools. So they did a whole analysis on that school, talked about 24 apartments they could turn it into and so forth if the town has any want to move forward with that. So that study cost us nothing. The state produced that. So that kind of goes along hand in hand with the study and the survey that Doug did when it comes to affordability. So that is definitely an option that the town could pursue if we decide to go in that direction.
Interesting. Thank you for that. Councilman Darwin, did you have something? No, we're good. Anybody over here? All right.
The next was do the comprehensive plan. I know I was in front of the group, felt like a month ago talking about it. I just want to provide an update if there were any questions still. We are working on it. I think I described it as the plan as a whole has been in good shape. The one element that when we sent it to the state, we got the most negative feedback on was the housing element. We've spent a lot of time at a staff level getting that geared up. We also have recently successfully achieved $87,000 in free technical assistance to bring in a consultant to actually, I think, take it from what I would describe as a C+ to bring it to an A level. I'd like to have that time to do that, but in the meantime, I don't like having a comp plan that isn't adopted. I do think rewriting the housing element will take 9 to 12 months, but Dan and I have talked about the concept of bringing the entirety of the plan, including the current housing element, which does have some decent policy framework, but some of the data in there is a little bit lacking. We'd like to bring it forward so that we can get a comp plan adopted by this community. And the goal is to get that comp plan in front of this board within the next 4 to 6 months. We need to bring it to an ad hoc committee that worked on this going back 2.5 years ago, allow them a meeting to review it and give their feedback. Then it goes to the planning board as the next step. They have their opportunity to review it and give their feedback, and then it would come in front of this body for a formal vote and adoption. And I do envision this body may want to do more than just one meeting, and we can talk about that when we get there. But I wanted to give you a sense of timing on it. And then we would adopt an amendment to that comp plan when the housing element is ready. So getting that housing element, which I think is a critical element for us, from this mid-tier, as good as we can get, without being able to spend eons of time researching all the data, bringing in that consultant, and having them be able to be the powerhouse behind that, we're going to get that where I think it needs to be to address our needs for housing. Any questions on the comp plan?
So just to clarify, we're looking at 4 to 6 months to get any kind of comp plan in, and then with the future update or an amendment. The process in that 4 to 6 months is mandated by state, or?
No, that's, we've recently got some new content in the feedback related to ensuring that the plan can correctly guide any future efforts related to Johnston's Pond. Received that email today. I have to review it. We have to digest it. Really, the idea is that 4 to 6 months is what it'll take to get the plan through the first 2 steps, the first 2 committees before it gets to you. And then in front of you, there'll be an opportunity to, if you guys want to have a dedicated workshop to it, it sounds like you're excited about extra meetings. But truthfully, this board may have a lot of questions. It's the kind of thing where I can give you the document in advance. I can be a resource to you. It's hard to wordsmith a 300-page document lifetime at a meeting. So you guys may have questions and you may have things you wish to change. It may not be a one and done event. It is a foundational policy element. It sets the policy for land use, for housing, natural resource protection, transportation. It's a foundational policy document for a lot of our code. So if you have questions, if there's things you wish to change, we want to be amenable to that. We want to be a resource to educate or understand options, but it's a lot to do, and everyone here might have one specific thing they're interested in. So we'll find the best way to do that as we get closer. I always want to be a resource, so any individual council member can reach out to me with questions if you have any as we start to gear up documents for you.
So just by way of kind of inquiry, just generally, is there any other solution that is more interim? I'm trying to get at is the risk of not having a comp plan, which we've all been made pretty, highly aware of. Is that worth submitting something now just to get done, or what's the review time with that? I'm just trying to get a lay of the land of all the options. Is that even an option?
It's very difficult to adopt a comp plan very quickly, because at the end of the day, I think the goal is to get it to you and make sure you're comfortable. After it's locally adopted, it does go back to the state for a final acceptance at the state level. Once it's locally adopted, it's evergreen for us, but there is a degree of ensuring that we're working, and the state wants to know we're working within their guidelines. And that does impact us a bit here and there if the state's debating who's eligible for a grant or where they may want to do some work. To be honest, I haven't seen, we've received a lot of money from the state. I haven't seen the punitive element of not getting the attention from the state we've needed. That doesn't mean we shouldn't have an adopted comp plan as soon as we can get it. So
I think I was looking at it more as the protection it could offer the community. If there is much to be out there, one of the only defenses we have against some things.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're going with that. Without getting into specifics, I do want this comp plan to set us up for success. If there are proposals in front of the community in which the comp plan can be a shield, I can tell you that that's a very detailed, nuanced conversation. If the comp plan was adopted in front of us right now, a lot of the content of that is how much progress have we made and can demonstrate we've made with affordable housing. So without getting into any details, I think we're going to be able to show progress. But at this moment in time, even if we had a fully adopted comp plan, it's not sure if that's the shield that, it may serve. It may very well be that in 3 to 4 years, when we have significant numbers of affordable units created and we're able to demonstrate progress. Without going into a lot of details, people may be aware that there's a 10% rule. I don't want to belabor it, but the state law has said even if you're above a 10%, that doesn't necessarily outrule you from certain types of development. But it does, if you can demonstrate you've made progress on a comp plan, that is an effective way to shield and to demonstrate the town is doing this, and we're making progress and we're doing it on our terms, and that can be a shield. Does that make sense? Any individual council member is always welcome to reach out to me if you have questions on that.
Anybody? Well, we got him here. Councilman Hool.
Can we submit it, even if it's a C, rework it to get it to an A, use the comp plan that's rated a C to defend against some potential issues that we're facing?
No, because the real issue is not whether the comp plan says everything it needs to say at this moment in time. It's about having a comp plan that can demonstrate that we set up certain approaches to affordable housing and we've made progress on it. And to be honest, over the last 2.5 years since I've been here, I don't think we've made that kind of significant development of additional affordable units to demonstrate the progress that would be needed. However, I do anticipate that there would be a significant sum of affordable units coming online and being constructed in the next 2 to 3 years. So it's not just, you don't just write a comp plan and suddenly it is a shield against development. You write a comp plan so it's established, it's enabled, and then you have to also be able to demonstrate progress towards meeting affordable housing goals. And there has to be significant progress to be a true shield. Does that make sense?
Just something, but it opened up another question where it stated that, over the 2.5 years. So how long has it been since we've had a comp plan?
26 years.
Since we've had a comp plan.
The comp plan is dated 1999. That comp plan, I think, expired by that point. It was a 5-year expiration. So I believe that comp plan expired in 2004. So we haven't had a comp plan for over 20 years that has been state level considered approved. The comp plan locally is evergreen. Now,
so are we saying that we didn't elaborate on the comp plan because we didn't have the affordable housing units to back up our comp plan argument, and we need the 10% LMI in order to complete the comp plan? Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
No. So it's a difficult thing to have a conversation without being able to get into all the nuts and the bolts and the specifics. But let's just say that the comp plan serves a lot of different functions. It's more than just the idea that a comp plan can be used in development review. It serves, it's like a roadmap and a game plan for the municipality in a lot of different ways. One of the ways is it's our game plan to achieve more affordable housing. The state has established a goal. You should achieve more. Ideally, the target is 10%, but I will say state law has shifted and it's not just magically you make it to 10%, things change. It's you make it to 10% and then let's have a conversation. Are you still making progress? The way that state law dictates under certain development applications is that you have to demonstrate not only are you at 10%, but you have to demonstrate you're making still significant progress. And that's the key element. The comp plan is our roadmap. We need the roadmap established, but we need roadmap and progress for this to truly be a shield against certain types of developments. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'm just mind blown that it's been 20 something years.
Councilman Dowen.
What are the roadblocks that you are finding as far as why this has been taking so long? Obviously, you haven't been here for 26 years, so that wasn't all on you, but it's been a couple of years here. This is a very important document, and I know that this panel at one point had funded $180, something like that, $1,000 for Beta to come in and guide this through. And I was on that committee, and the assurances to make that happen were significantly quicker than a year to 12 months. And we're here 3 years later, and there's nothing. So is there anything that this panel can do to expedite that or to provide you with resources? Because I see this as an incredibly powerful tool for us that we don't seem to have any access to right now.
So the answer to the question on, what's been happening. So in my time, the comprehensive plan, when I first came on board to the town, was recently submitted to the state, and it was submitted for comments. It had not been locally adopted. It was submitted to the state for comments on how close are we to making sure that this also receives state approval. And that process is pretty long. The state has 4 months to deliberate comments. They delivered comments just over 2 years ago. Those comments indicated some significant problems with the plan as it relates to state adoption rules. The biggest component of it is that the plan's approach to affordable housing was we should develop a different plan to do affordable housing. And the state said that's not something you're allowed to do. You actually have to put your strategies, your data, your goals to develop affordable housing in this document. You can't make a plan to make a plan. You have to make it right now. Staff have done our best to chip away at that. And we have spent a good amount of time developing affordable housing strategies that we thought were applicable and realistic to meet this community's needs. We spent a lot of time researching that with other local stakeholders. It was just being done at a staff level. About 9 months ago, we had the document audited by a consultant. We were able to do that for free because we were able to achieve some free technical resources. The consultant indicated that there were still some lacking pieces of the document, particularly as it related to having suitable data, not just the policies that tell us what we're going to do, but the data to back it up. And they suggested that, this still, that's why we feel it's a C+ right now. It's unclear if it would meet state approval if it went back. We've addressed some of their comments. It's unclear if it would meet state approval. Then we applied for and were able to achieve a grant. It's free technical assistance. The contract doesn't flow through the town. The town basically gets access to a free consultant. That was recently awarded about a month ago to take that housing element and a few other pieces of the plan that were also deficient in the land use element from that C+ to the A level. Now we're just initiating that grant. In all of these conversations I've been having with the manager and the council, the idea is we didn't want or necessarily, we wanted to bring the best plan to you, but we also feel now's the time where if this consultant and their approach to this work is going to take another 9 to 12 months, we don't want to wait that to have the entirety of the document in place. So we've developed an idea that let's move the plan into an adoption, a local adoption realm while we get the housing element geared up. So that's a little bit of my time with it over the last 2 years. It is a work effort, for sure.
Thank you. Was that the budget part of, oh, there's another piece. Okay.
Yeah, that's just my complaint stuff.
Okay. I think that was the last piece was budget.
Yep. Any other questions on the comp plan? Great.
Thank you.
Budget. So I'm going to put it right up front. In this year's budget, I'm going to be requesting an additional staff person. I know that that's a big ask, but I believe we have a pressing need. First off, my rationale is that we are becoming extremely busy in planning. We have I've seen a steadily increasing number of development applications coming in front of us. That takes up a great amount of our time. We have a range of, when that development comes, it's not just the process of reviewing the development and ensuring that the development meets law, code. We give it adequate review. We go through that process. It's also when we have this scale of development, we need to ensure we're studying, we're researching and spending a lot of time to prepare for the impacts. And that requires infrastructure studies, transportation studies, and those are elements that we're bringing online, have our head on a swivel and constantly looking for and constantly addressing. Beyond that, CDBG, as you've heard, that's taking up a good chunk of time. The department is very busy. We have a staff planner that we achieved through a grant program. The planner is currently with us. He is about a year into this. We have him for another 3/4 of a year. My goal is to bring a planning position with a salary of about $6,300. I'm sorry, $63,000. That was put the comma in the wrong spot. $63,000 with the goal of, one, making sure that our staffing is where I think it needs to be for this critical function of the town. And two, we have the opportunity to maintain staff continuity with someone who's been here for a year and is actually showing that an excellent planner, a real resource to the department. So this isn't looking for anybody that we can get. This is creating staff continuity with someone that can maintain a high level of work at that dollar amount. I'm just going to go through a couple of things. Our department, and this is a blow, if you're asking for that, I'm looking for ways to soften that blow. How can we address this otherwise in our budget to help bring other elements of our budget down or show that this is a good investment on the town? First, it's nice to know that that staff planner in the first year, 25% of the salary is still paid out of this grant. So the first fiscal year, it's not the full amount. Next, it's CDBG. This will be the first year you're going to see that CDBG gets reflected in the operating budget. A very large chunk of my time goes into helping to manage that with Jerry. You haven't seen it in my operating budget, but my time, I reflect in certain CDBG timesheets that gets reimbursed by the state. That's how we also collect administrative funds out of CDBG, as we show the time and effort we spend on it. That will reduce my salary by about $25,000 to $30,000. So you're going to start to see that reflection in the operating budget, which is essentially a program we've been running over the last year and brings in great funds for the town, but it also reimburses us for a time we spend on it. Jerry Manning, who I mentioned earlier, all of her time is compensated through CDBG funds. So that's not coming out of the town's pocket. It's CDBG paying us to run the program while CDBG gives us money to give to service providers and residents.
Can I ask you on that one? Does it come out of the pot of available money for stuff, or is it on top of that pot?
On top of.
It is.
CDBG gives certain portions of the grants it gives, it allocates to administrative funds. Those administrative funds are dedicated for the time and effort that it goes into running the program. Sometimes
Couldn't be used to, couldn't be used for other things. It's a set aside for admin.
That's how they budget it.
Interesting.
And that is how we also have a sustainable program. But yeah, that is how they budget it. So yeah, hopefully that answers it. I want to be a little mindful as we soften this blow of what the town does, and this will be 2 minutes. I know you're probably anxious to move on, and I might not be the only staff person that presents that they want a staff person. I just want to make my case because this is my chance. Our department has our head on the swivel all the time, looking for grants, for technical resources, for resources we can bring into the town. We've achieved over the last 2 years a grant we were discussing just a month ago, $726,000 or $726,000 that we achieved. Our department quarterbacked the grant. We wrote it. We submitted it. I know that there's grant writing assistance, but a lot of the grants we write are very technical in nature, so it's very difficult to bring in the grant writing assistance, but we're pretty good at it. Myself and my staff work hard on these things. So we achieved that grant basically by having that time, those resources, being able to look for those things. In addition to that, we recently submitted grants for capital improvements, sewer transportation improvements, design work. That's not back yet, but we were seeking a total of $4 million. I'm feeling pretty optimistic. We might not get all of that, but I feel pretty good about that. You might even hear an update on that before the end of this budget cycle. In addition, we've been able to use applications to the state for free technical assistance. So basically contracts that you don't end up seeing because they don't get executed, because it's basically we ask the state for free consultants. We've been able to achieve thus far in the last 2 years, $700,000 of free technical assistance. Basically, these are things that aren't reflected in the budget, but I want to be mindful of this department is very focused on how do we add value to the town. We need to have staffing functions where they're at, but I really want to make sure this department can continue to add value, and having the staffing level where we need it allows us to be very active in finding and securing these grants. This is a time in the town where we have amazing growth. It's very challenging. It creates a lot of challenging issues. This is also a time where the state is looking to award communities like us funding to prepare for this level of growth. The state has a lot of money available for housing-related studies, and we need to have our head on a swivel and looking for that. So that's my pitch. Any questions on that? Happy to answer. I'm sure I'm not the only person that might have a bigger ask for the budget.
No, be warned, other town. departments, because Doug's got, we're looking at maybe 100 grand all in. He said 63 salary, and you're ready to absorb almost half of that in the first year between the 25% and your salary. So you've offset, half of it roughly already. So, just for discussion purposes, I appreciate you coming in with the softening of the blow approach. That was well played, and you're first. So
The other thing is, we've done a study of our fees, application fees. We've realized that we haven't updated these fees in a long, long time, and some of them need to be raised.
Yeah.
Out of the planning application types we have, let's just say there's roughly a dozen. We've identified 8 of them that need to be raised. And we're not saying doubling them, but raise these fees, the majority of fees we have, by about an additional 50%. So you'll see additional revenue come in. And that's not because we're looking to raise the price beyond what's reasonable. We're bringing that price to where our contemporary communities are. We just haven't updated. This is the time to do it. And actually, it's going to be a vote of this council. We've realized that the council here establishes the planning commission fees, and we've studied it. It's high time for us to bring that to you with a consideration of raising those fees.
from my recollection, the fees still need to be tied to a certain estimate of how long it takes for the staff, right? So we couldn't just go hog wild with them anyway.
No, although there's some communities when we researched, it seems like they went up there. We're not looking to do that. We're looking to be basically right in the middle. Right now, we're low. We need to be, I'm not looking for us to get to the 99th percentile. I'd like to be in the 50th to 60th percentile. We do a lot of work. We do it quickly. We do it well. I don't think that the fees will stop or really change or alter the level of interest we have, even for a small scale mom and pop, someone that's just looking for a smaller scale thing. We're not talking about tens of thousands of dollars for fees. We're talking about moving from 300 to 500, but over the course of a year and over the course of hundreds of applications, that'll make a difference for us.
Yep. Well, I do appreciate the approach. I was going to ask you about the revenue side, so thank you. You answered that. Anybody for Doug? All right.
Thank
you very much.
You got away
Appreciate
easy tonight.
Yeah.
We're
up against the clock.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I
thank
hope
you.
the other directors next month all come up early. You got a lot of energy.
I don't know. You set the bar high though, as far as the ask. You solved half of it before we started. So
Don't encourage him to sneak this stuff in before budget season.
I want everybody to know this. If you come with a solution, that's preferred.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We're moving right along. We've got 9 minutes left. Item 8. We've got a couple of resolutions here. First, we have inspection and repairs sprinkler systems for Wood Street.
So the fire service, human services and police department need some upgrades to their fire protection. We have a current contract with Encore that the council already approved. So we're looking for 13,907 to address these two concerns. 8,300 out of PD impact fees. That has about 350,000 in the account, and then 5,500 out of human services, which has about 48,000 in its account.
All right. Councilman Hool.
How old is the building? Can someone just remind me how old that building is?
It was renovated in 2019. I don't know how old it actually is.
So renovated in 2019, and we need to do repairs. Why? Like what happened that's causing this?
I think they just found this during the yearly inspection. I don't know what the cause of it is.
Do you want to say something?
What happens is there's check valves in the system, and over the years they'll get rusty and things, and they put a pressure test on them, and they do fail. It wouldn't be part of a long-term warranty issue because they know it's past the warranty issue, So with that, I make a motion to approve resolution 2026-01.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Where's the funds coming from again, Mr. Manager? And what's the balance left? Thank you.
48,000 for the services.
Thank you.
Thank you for sprinkling that in. And we have any further discussion? Oh, yeah, I'm still going. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have a motion carries. On to the next one. Resolution. Yep, thank you. Resolution authorizing the grant and execution of emergency access and utility easement over town-owned property. Is it reasonable for us to extend this, or do you think this is something quick? It's not, is it?
It's not,
Okay.
it's not my reputation to do it in 7 minutes, but I'll try. So, this is a land development project on Main Street in the Washington Village. It's property, currently known as Jersey Plat, but it's 4 houses on 2.2 acres of land. The plan is to destroy those 4 houses, build 8 condominium buildings with 16 condominiums under a comprehensive permit. 25% of those will be affordable housing. The main entrance, a 2-way driveway, will be off of Main Street, going into the complex directly north, turning left westerly toward Kenray Drive. This property is bordered by Payne Field to the north, sort of directly abuts the parking lot and tennis courts or pickleball courts, whatever they are right now. And Kenray Drive is an access, or actually an exit from Payne Field. It is a public street, but it's not the widest public street you've ever seen. It's a pretty limited public street. So the fire department has asked us in the planning for this development to provide access to Kenray Drive so that the fire trucks do not have to turn around. Got a couple of experienced fire professionals here. I'm not going to go on and on about that. We did our best to accommodate them. But our traffic study showed that Kenray Drive is deficient, that it's not a full-size public street, and that the site angles where it meets Main Street are really not sufficient to meet the standards for public access use. So the solution we reached with the planning staff and the planning board was to have an emergency easement only, not even a paved easement. It's probably going to be a grassed easement to Kenray Drive from the condominium road. And the proposal is to have a gate that the fire department has access to so that nobody uses the approach of going down Kenray Drive from the condominium, or really from Payne Field through the condominium. So this is a condominium association. It'll have a professional landscaper paid for by the condominium association. All the snow plowing, all the maintenance of the roads are all from the condominium association. So there's no other vehicles, no garbage trucks, no town snow plows or anything like that using this access or needing to go over this easement. It's an emergency only. So I try to keep it as quick as I could. Those are the basics. It is under the jurisdiction of this council because it's town-owned property. A little sliver of land from Payne Field comes down along the side of the Jersic property and comes between the boundary of the condominium and Kenray Drive. Less than 50 feet of property. The size of the easement is 1,450 square feet, 3/100ths of an acre. I'm bringing the small potatoes to end the meeting, but so that's the basis for the request.
Thank you very much, Vice President Brown.
I'm not crazy about electronic gate or something being there. With only one way in and one way out of this development, with 16 units and the amount of people in there, and a gate that's going to come down on grass, what's the compaction of that? A 30-ton fire truck going over it. I believe this should be a one-way to Kenray Drive and signage on the property. I have a big problem with maintenance of the easement. We've seen them around in other towns where the snow gets plowed into them, and now it effectively eliminates the use of that emergency exit. I don't think any place should have one exit, one entry point and one exit on the same one. It just doesn't work in my book. I believe it should be a one-way street with proper signage to get emergency apparatus or police apparatus. You have an accident on Main Street, now nobody can even leave the property. So it's a recipe to get people hurt, if you ask me. So I would like to see that changed. I prefer a one-way street versus a gate.
So
Sorry, everyone, before we go further, we are up against the half hour. Yeah. So. Yes, please. One sec, sorry. Procedural.
We, this.
You're gonna need it for everyone else anyway, so,
Say this.
yeah.
No skin off my nose.
Sorry. I'll entertain a motion to add a half an hour per the council rules.
Make that motion.
Motion. Second from Councilwoman Capaldi. Any discussion? We don't have any. All those in favor? Begrudgingly, aye. Those opposed? Ayes have it. We're back.
Sure. So the, I think the, this solution that I'm presenting was a, matter of compromise and discussion. I don't, it's not, the only solution. So, if, the objection is the gate, perhaps, some signage, which I know that you're aware of, Chief, with that, it's private property condominium, and it is, because it is a condominium, we could even put in a speed bump, which I, hated by the town DPW guys there. But, there are other solutions to maintain the easement. The DPW had a bias against a paved easement. They did not want to encourage the use of the condominium road by folks leaving Payne Field. They asked us, because it's a condominium association and the maintenance of the grounds is mandated, they encouraged us to put some landscaping there and make it look almost as if it was not an entrance, to the condominium road. So that's kind of where the thought process comes for that. But a gate is not a requirement, I guess is what.
You mentioned something in regards to plowing, that it wouldn't be plowed.
It'd be private. It's a private condominium road. It's been designed with a place for snow to be accumulated in the design, and for
So the easement would be plowed, it would be maintained.
right by the condominium. That's right.
And, in regards to signage or one way or not a gate, I think if there is no gate there, it becomes a throughway. And I am concerned about, Mr. Solicitor, are there any liabilities on the town for allowing, if someone drives through there and something happens, who's liable? Is the town liable for granting this easement, or is the association going to pick this up?
In the easement, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cronin, we put in a provision that would indemnify the town, yes.
Okay.
For use of the easement.
That's correct.
Vice President Brown.
There's been other easements like this in the town, and I can point out one to you, and we'll take a look at it. It doesn't work. The thing is smashed. It's always blocked by a broken down car at times. They just don't work. They're an impediment to emergency access. And you can call it what you want in this day and age. You never know what's going to happen inside there. And how do the people get out of there? One way in, one way out is not a good recipe when it comes to developing something. My opinion.
So just so I understand, Chief, without does your objection extend to the easement if there is no gate? Like if we make an accommodation to otherwise have an easement to Kenray Drive, but still have it for emergency use only by, say, signage, just for an example. Are you?
I think I'm missing what you're saying. A paved road that says emergency access only?
Right, yeah.
But what would stop somebody in the condominium project from using it as an exit?
Nothing. No one.
Nothing. That's fine. I mean, I want it paved, no gate, and people have access one way.
Is there an intermediate approach? This reminds me of what's at the Housing Authority, where there's a chain. Not good. No.
Okay. Just wondering.
Yeah, no, I'm here to learn.
I see it as a huge public safety concern. We have a major industrial park right now that has one way in and one way out. We had a major gas leak over there and we had people trapped down in there for hours. It's just a recipe for something to go wrong. You have something happen on Main Street. And let's call it not a water main break at Main Street. How do these people get out of there? Are we going to raise the gate and use it for emergency access for them to leave the condominium project? Or is it really just subject to public safety? So you make it two ways and, one way out to Kenray Drive. And you post it on Kenray Drive that it's a one-way street. Kenray Drive is a one-way street.
Correct.
So I don't know. I personally, gates don't work in the public safety. As you said, speed bumps. And they're a deterrent to response. So slows everything down. Even the gate, if they had to come in that way because there was an issue on Main Street, what did we just do by that gate and somebody getting it out? And I know there's different ways to operate these through siren activation, or somebody has to get out with a key. Keys in the fire department, as Lieutenant Pasqua down the end there and Councilman would say, that keys are just a problem by themselves. They don't work. It slows down, and I don't want to see anybody hurt. So paved, one-way access out to Kenray Drive would be mine.
Councilman?
Yeah, you speak of compromise. I am kind of failing to see how the town giving up land for a private development is compromise. I'm not really sure, especially when we have kids in such close proximity. We did just approve a new playground over there, so there might be increased usage. So I would be concerned without having some sort of form of gate. This just all concerns me.
So the compromise comes as the project itself. The accommodation is to the fire department. This is not a required element of our development, but it makes sense. We're trying to work with the town, so we had actually done exactly what the chief has mentioned and proposed a one-way road down Kenray Drive. And it was our own traffic study that came back and said that road is not suitable for regular traffic. So after some discussions, we came up with this way to accommodate the fire department, but otherwise limit the traffic. But and I don't think a gate is the only solution. It was one that was suggested, but certainly signage or other things are used in different situations to limit access. So, I mean, we can make other provisions. I don't want to say that we're not going to try to connect to Kenray Drive, because that is the actual ask from the fire department, is that I somehow get disconnected. And, of course, we want to do that, and it doesn't seem impossible, just details.
Councilwoman Capaldi.
I think I know. So if you pass Dave's on your right, the Dunkin' Donuts, it's kind of like before you get to Kenray, it's the really dilapidated, right? And
That's correct.
Can't you have a road there? Is that going to be where the road into?
That's correct.
And then you're thinking trying to come out the other way?
So that's right. And perhaps in my effort to get it done in 6 minutes, perhaps I went too quickly over that. There'll be a full-size road from Main Street, 24 feet wide, 2 lanes, two-way traffic into and out of this condominium development, just exactly where you described.
Okay,
So that already exists.
okay, so you want a gate? Where is our land in relation to
So if you went,
Mainfield and Kenray Drive and where your development is.
So if you look, if you stood at that house, I think you
Yeah, that-
described it as dilapidated, but,
It is.
right, and you look straight up the hill, that's the land, and it goes to the west or to the left. So the road would go straight up the hill and then to the left. Again, I don't want to speak for the fire professionals here, but in general, there's, I guess, a caution against backing up fire trucks in any situation where you don't have to. So, looking at this plan, originally, like we said, we were going to have an exit, not the only exit, but one exit down Kenray Drive. But our own traffic study found that the sight distances at Main Street and the width of the road raised some concerns. So we came up with this other idea so that only the fire trucks would be using Kenray Drive. So that's where we are right now. The planning board has heard it, and they're up to where you guys are right now. They've approved it up to a solution to this easement.
I'm not a fire person, but I can't, I mean, you guys tell me, I can't see a big fire truck going up Kenray Drive. Oh, exit.
It would be a one-way, it would be to leave the complex only, not to enter the complex.
Sure. So if I could just walk up to that screen for a moment.
Take the microphone with you. Take
There you
that
go.
one.
Where's our handhelds? I thought we had
So,
handhelds.
As Ms. Capaldi mentioned, this would be the entrance here, and then the road would go this way. And right here,
Yep.
see that sliver of land right there is where we're looking to cross onto Kenray Drive. Oh, thank you for the
Thank you.
visual.
All right, pleasure of the council. Perhaps options are to table and seek another solution. Vote.
Would the developer be open to making that a one-way street out to Kenray Drive? No gate?
I don't think I can make it, I don't think I can agree to make it a one-way street, Chief, because our own traffic expert found that that was substandard, and the planning board, when they heard this project, agreed with that position that that Kenray wasn't suitable. I am open to leaving the easement open, not gating it, using signage to try to limit the traffic, and the condominium association would accept the responsibility, as Mr. Igliozzi explained, for whatever traffic might occur. But I don't think I could encourage the use of Kenray Drive as a
But if you're
one-way
gonna-
street.
Yeah, Mr. Cronin, if you're gonna pave it and keep it open and say emergency access only, people are gonna go out of it, right?
Yeah, that was the idea,
It's
was
fine. I mean, I would accept that, but I mean, how are you
Okay.
gonna stop somebody that lives in one of the units to using the emergency access to exit? I don't know, but I mean, it accomplishes what I want to do, that you're not putting a gate there.
So if I might, Mr. President, since this matter is presently pending before planning as well, if I could just ask the solicitor and the director for a little perspective about how we might reach this compromise. So if I were to take what Chief Brown is saying as direction, I'm suggesting back to the planning board for an amendment to their decision, and then a vote, right? A vote on signage as a limitation on the access to Kenray Drive. Does that sound like the path?
I think that's a potential path. I think it looks like you'd have to notice, because if your desire is to amend the preliminary plan, we would certainly happily rehear it. We'd have to notice, we'd have to reopen it. Now, you're seeking to amend a plan so that you can come into compliance with the desire or the vision that's being provided on the easement. So you explain that. I think what I'd ask of you, Tom, is talk with your traffic engineer, because as what the council had indicated, the one-way traffic through, that was the concept we were all working with at the pre-app. But then it was the traffic engineer that said, that's not a safe concept, because if we're steering a lot of additional cars to come off of Kenray onto Main Street, the issue was that's not a safe intersection to add more traffic to. So if your traffic engineer can arrive at a more refined vision of that, I think that could assist the board with understanding what could happen. I think we all agree the site works better when there's multiple points of ingress, egress. It just happens to be that your traffic engineer found one of these is not safe. So that's where we ended up with the emergency access gate, which was seen a bit as the middle ground for what your traffic engineer wanted, but still having multiple points of ingress for an emergency.
Okay, so I accept the position of the council and amend my request for a resolution and ask them to vote, and then back to the planning board.
Well, all right. In the meantime, while we consider that, Councilman Dowan.
Can I ask what your traffic study said? Because Painfield gets dozens, if not 100 cars in there for every T-ball game, and they all exit. Half of them exit. Some of them go up backwards. It's chaos all the time there. But what did they say about it? Because you're talking 30 additional units. That's what Painfield handles 10 times every Saturday.
So it's 16 additional units. It's a very good question. I think when we, however Painfield developed and the routing of streets there, when it was done, it could have been one of these ancient conditions that everyone accepted over time. And but when we do a new development, we try to make sure that, if we're adding anything, even if you're right, let's just say we're only adding another 10% of traffic, we're not really adding that much. It's this traffic engineer that was provided, it said, whether there's 90% of other people's traffic going through here, he said this isn't safe, that he could recommend this being the best viable path. So you have a good point. That's why I would say the record that was created by the applicant indicated it was not a good idea for us to actually steer traffic that way. If the applicant's traffic engineer looked more closely at it and perhaps came up with other solutions, maybe there's better ways. The real challenge was actually sight lines coming out of Kenray onto Main Street. If you try to look right, you can't see anything. There's not a great solution to give you better sight lines there. It's so maybe if that traffic engineer came back to us and helped create a different record, there's a different level of support the Planning Commission might have for this concept. I mean, the other solution we're not talking about is, hey, how about no access there? But I don't think that's not safe, and I don't think Councilman Brown would want that outcome, which is let's just do it all with the new road, which is called Sienna Lane. I think you want multiple points of ingress egress.
To Main Street, ingress egress, but to Kenray, egress only.
Yep. And that was our thought. Actually, we had the thought was I'm open to the Main Street, which is called Sienna Lane. That's their proposed new road, being two ways.
Yep.
I'm open to Kenray being one way. I mean, it's their traffic engineer that said, yeah, but that's not what we think is good planning here.
As Councilman Down said, hundreds of cars come down that hill.
He didn't look at that, though, in that context, being mindful of our 13 minutes left. Proceed how, Mr. Solicitor.
I'm trying to think if there's a way you can approve this to give Mr. Cronin the ability to solve it at the planning board level without consistent with the vice president's proposal, something to the effect that you authorize access with no gate, grant an easement with no gate, and your preferred with a preference towards egress only. And now Mr. Cronin would take that approval and go back to the planning board. I think that at least he doesn't force him to come back here again, unless that's what you want.
Councilman Hu?
I think paving it, not adding a gate is just creating a road. Like if we're not going to do a gate, maybe we should do crushed stone. That's not as inviting. If you put pavement down and you make it nice and pretty to drive on, and there's 3 people in front of me all coming off of Siena, and I live there, I'm taking it, and nobody in the association is going to stop me because what are you going to do? Send a letter that you're not supposed to use it? I think we have to compromise somewhere if we don't want a gate, because I can understand how it can look aesthetically and not be maintained. Then we probably shouldn't pave it. Find another alternative, because you can't plow. And not only that, but now you have a fire truck leaving and you got a thaw and the truck just sinks down, right? It's going to hit so the paving, I understand. I'm all for paving if we have a gate. If we're not going to do a gate, then I don't think paving should be the option, because we're just inviting it to be used as a regular road when that's not the intention for it. Because if we're going to pave it, then it should be 24 feet wide and it should be accessed like a road.
So question of the council now is whether we want to motion this over to give the control of coming up with that solution back to planning, or have them.
I don't think you can do that, because you have very specific desires. I was trying to do that.
Yeah.
The only thing you can do is just continue this to the next councilman. We meet twice a month.
At least.
And try to get a revised plan there and just keep this on the I'm sorry, go ahead. You have a solution?
I mean, one thing you can do is you can offer what kind of easement you think is appropriate, and you offer that conditional upon that easement being accepted as part of the planning commission's approval. Essentially, you've opened a door, but he has to walk through the door at the planning commission. Now, my challenge is, how does a traffic engineer who told us that's not safe arrive at a different conclusion and create a different record? Generally, that's very difficult to do in technical fields. But we don't live in a black and white world where cars on Kenray are unsafe. Just additional cars on Kenray aren't ideal. And the traffic engineer said, if it's my opinion, I wouldn't put any extra cars there. If that traffic engineer takes a closer look at the situation, maybe he's able to arrive at a different conclusion on safety. That's what the planning commission wants to
Would they
get
recommend
to.
other modifications to, increase the safety aspect, or is it
The challenge is it's sightlines, and it's sightlines because there's a lot of slope and topography. It's not like cut down the bush or cut down the tree and you see better. It's slope and topography.
Understood.
But I think we could ask. I think one solution is that you give conditional approval, assuming that it's also accepted by the planning commission. That allows him to at least explore the next options with the planning commission. To be honest, when we first started, we thought we were heading for not a gated access. We thought we were going to be heading for a full-time roadway access. And we thought that was actually the more challenging ask in front of the council, because we thought that was the greater safety concern. It was putting on you guys the challenge of deciding something that was creating a greater impact. But I do understand the concerns that have been brought up, which is you don't want to waste your time with something that you don't see as a good utility, and it hinders emergency access anyway.
Yeah, I'm looking at a 12 or 14-foot wide road. I mean, I don't want ingress, egress there.
Yeah.
A single road, signage on Kenray that this is emergency access only in one way, or emergency access, and that will stop. And the people that live in the condo project will still go out to Main Street where the road is ingress, egress.
Yeah.
Just kind of getting people stuck in one area, and especially people that live up to the left. Something bad happens, how do they get out of there?
Yeah.
It's public
Yeah.
safety.
So, I mean, my thought would be to word a conditional approval on the access easement to say that, what are your concerns? And say that you're conditionally approving an easement, but you would not like to see a gate due to certain concerns, and that you ask for it, the condition is that the planning commission concurs as part of their decision. And there could be another solution. There could be some other fix. I'm not sure what that is, but allowing the applicant to put some resources to do it. Maybe, they come up with an idea we're not thinking about right now, but at least it gives the direction and gives them time to move it. And they would not have to come back here if we do. If the planning commission's stuck on it too, and they say, they can't create a record that makes it safe, they're kind of stuck on both sides. But hey, we'll address that if they end up there.
Make that my motion.
All right, there you go. How about a motion to approve the easement with a amendment to what was submitted, that there shall not be a gate along the access easement area, and that this easement is conditioned upon the access being considered acceptable to the Planning Commission as part of a amended preliminary plan application.
Yeah.
We're splitting hairs here over it. I still think we're gonna have an issue. I think you're gonna piss off the neighbors on that road because it's gonna end up, if I wouldn't support it like this. I would support it with pavement with a gate or grass with no gate. I think that's a compromise.
What did you say, pavement?
Pavement with a gate or grass with no gate.
We're gonna have to continue, I would assume. I mean, we can vote. We do have a motion. Do we have a second? Does that count as a motion? Okay.
Somebody adopted, I thought someone adopted, assuming everybody's clear on what it was, I think Councilman Hu, it's not what Councilman Hu just indicated, so it's.
Okay.
And that's why the issue is on the table.
Then I'll second it.
What do we second?
He just
That one. Hey.
morphed it into us, and I'm seconding it.
I have a motion and a second. Oh.
Direction, but they don't. What is she saying?
So he,
We continue, give him.
said,
Another half hour.
It's up to you.
that I'm sorry.
No, I said that.
Brown? Who seconded it? So I don't know what. Brown made the motion? Actually, it was.
Well, I used Doug.
I know, but it's what he's saying.
All right, we are getting late here. Let's take a breath for a second. We got 5 minutes left, 4 minutes. I know. Let's do that. Let's resolve this real quick. We don't really have a consensus. We definitely, we're not trying to make a mountain out of this, but our path is blocked by a gate. And what's the pleasure? We'll vote it on the motion and the second. To Joanne's point, the motion was through the department director to Vice President Brown, seconded by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor of that motioned amendment?
Aye.
I'm beginning to think we need to rethink this.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think you're
Because
thinking is right. It's
Mr.
getting messy.
Crowe is willing to continue it. I would say, let's just continue it. so
Okay.
We can get something concrete in front of you,
Can we rescind the original motion then? Do we need to do that?
please.
That's you, I believe.
No, I think it was.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
John.
I'll rescind it. Somebody rescind it. Let's all rescind
Right.
it.
That motion is rescinded. We now need to make a motion to table.
Okay,
All
we'll
right.
Continue.
So if we table it, that's
Well,
the,
Can I ask a question?
We got 3.
3 minutes.
Really quick, if you're agreeing to hold this off, we are agreeing to some degree that the easement's going to be granted. We just don't know exactly how. Is it messing up the developer, the builder? Is he waiting for a phone call tomorrow morning to say, hey, the easement's granted and we need to move forward? Or like to consideration to your client as well? Not that it's going to change our sway, but it'd be nice to
point
know.
of order. We need to extend the meeting.
Yeah. Should-
We have 2 minutes.
We still have public comment.
Yeah.
We got a motion
Can
to
we
extend the
take that
meeting.
motion in the middle of this? Okay,
Has precedent.
Yeah.
exactly. We have a motion from Councilman Pasqua to
Half hour.
extend the meeting a half an hour. Do we have a second? A begrudging second. Any more discussion? No, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Motion
those opposed?
carries. All those opposed? Good question.
Opposed.
All right. One in the negative. Motion carries. Back on,
So Councilman Hool, every builder ever is looking for a phone call tomorrow. But it is the middle of winter, so no. And this is a professional project with professional engineers and builders. And this is not going to upset their apple cart. Finding a solution might be more challenging than anticipated. So I have no preference to continuing it or tabling it. Actually, I would like to table it because Chief Brown is never going to agree to the resolution I presented. So I'll be back.
What's the next date on that council meeting? The next one?
it's tabled to a date certain.
Yeah, 27th.
Okay.
Probably would, right? Or
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah, that makes
Make a
sense.
motion to table it to January 27th council meeting.
Motion from Councilman Pasqua. Second, discussion, Councilman Hool.
Just add him in the beginning. This man's waited for hours tonight on the 27th. Put him up early.
I was going to say, I'll check the agenda.
Noted, yeah. Never know.
Good idea.
No, it's important. We got to balance public safety on these, so, no, right,
27th, thank you.
no, appreciate it.
We have a vote on the table.
Yeah, we have a vote. I'm sorry, we have a motion and a second. The discussion item I wanted to say was obviously thank you for your patience, but public safety is important. So it's job one. We got to balance that with the development. So that being said, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. We are crushing it. Well, we do have to appoint a solicitor. That's also on the docket. So we are on number 9, appointment of a town solicitor. This was the topic of executive session, but we also have it on the agenda as a new matter, just to get it out in the open item, assuming. So it was its own agenda item. So we did it in executive session, but let's ask our new solicitor, what do we need to do on this? We appoint you.
Vote,
We
or you can
declare it.
re-vote, one or the other.
Yeah.
It was an informal
Yeah,
announcement.
we voted in executive session on this matter. The result of the vote was to appoint David Igliozzi as town solicitor. Congratulations. Yep.
Thanks again.
Yeah,
Thank you.
fantastic. We're very excited. Everybody's happy. We're moving on. So what's left? Just public comment on undocketed. Oh, yes. Public comment. Anybody in here who's stuck with us all night who would like to come up? Please state your name and address for the record.
Nothing tonight.
Well, I got a question for the clerk. Jason Nunes, 4View Road. Well, I just have a application for the planning commission, that's all.
Very good to hear. Thank you very much
Okay.
for volunteering.
Well, I gotta fill it out and submit it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. A couple,
Yeah, you're practically a town employee at this point.
okay, a couple of comments about the licensing fees. I noticed when I read through the whole agenda, firearms licensing fees is $5. I think across the board, everything is going up and a lot of fees do have to need to be raised. Okay. Another question is, well, I'm going to go into the Village of Tioga in a minute, but the lack of planning board commission quorum, I believe they're going to be losing some council members. And if they can't come to a quorum, the comprehensive permit is it timelined and time stamped that if it's not voted on, it automatically gets approved. That's what I thought. Okay. On 12/11/25, the Conservation Committee met. The issues concerned were raised stormwater overflow, pollution control into the lake, mitigation, treatment of water, preservation of trees, buffer zones, no consideration of play area, and the Bald Eagle Act. Bald Eagle Act. DEM freshwater wetlands permit, page 12, number 16. DEM is not responsible for faulty design or construction. This permit does not remove your obligation to obtain any local, state, or federal approvals. This is all in with that stormwater runoff. The comprehensive permit denial in Superior Court, developers versus Town of Westerly and Planning Board. It's the Winnapogue Country Club. WC-2004-0339. The rule upheld the denial. The local review board may deny the request for any of the following reasons: environmental impact, health, and safety. This major land development project named Village at Tioga is a waste of effort, money, and time to the town, taxpayers, and applicant. In closing, I request the planning board pick one of the many reasons, deny and vote. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sticking around and thanks for signing up to join in the fun. Anyone else in chambers? All right. Mr. Marcus, anyone on Zoom? If you're on Zoom and you're still awake, please raise your hand and join on in. Don't see any. All right. Looks like that's over. Motion to adjourn. I need a motion. Make a motion, Councilman Hull, seconded by Councilman Mars and everybody else. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Ayes have it. Good night.